And
Can
a
you, though?
leonine, and what are those other things? The cat
Centaur.
folks, tabaxi.
Yeah.
I can be a tabaxi.
You can be a centaur.
Can I?
I don't
thought
know,
it
why
had to
couldn't
have
you?
the same general configuration as
Oh no, sorry.
Me.
I'm sorry. Satyr. That's what I meant to say.
Yes, I can be a satyr.
Sorry. Anyway, last you guys were searching the castle, the king's quarters, and you found a dagger inside of the king. When you pulled it out, you guys were, well, something started coming alive to attack you. You managed to kill the thing that was inside of the king's body, along with two other things that kind of erupted from nearby corpses. And that is where you left off. You had just managed to kill those creatures. You haven't even investigated this room. You haven't really investigated most of the area. You were heading over to the king first, so...
So what's left of their bodies down here? Like,
so that
I know
area,
that-
those are all burning.
Right. I remember
There's
the fire
really
department.
not much left there. The bed frame is still there if you put the fire out quick enough.
That's an investigation.
Okay, up there?
Right here is where the bed was,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, the bed
Oh,
was
it would
right
be-
here.
It would be of, if I'm doing like segmented areas, yeah, it would be where the king was.
Okay. And that's an 18. At this point, it's mostly scorched ground. Yeah, I mean, you're looking around, trying to see anything underneath the bed frame. There really isn't a whole lot of stuff there that isn't burning on fire currently.
Oh, let me figure out how to host a channel so I can host this on mine.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to announce that you can announce your thing. So Daniel, really quick, announce your stuff.
Hello, folks. I am Daniel. My channel is Real Chaos Zero. I'll be hosting this, and you can find more D&D and video game stuff there as well. So, if you enjoy my antics and or our antics, feel free to throw me a follow there, or go check it out. I have a schedule set that you can look into as well.
I also have a schedule, but I don't really use it, so.
I mostly do. I occasionally cancel or reschedule, but I mostly do. All right, now I'm going to look into hosting. Please resume.
All right. So as Vivan, or at this case right now, Vivian, is investigating the bed area and through the fire, she's not finding a whole lot. What would the rest of you like to do?
I had Hunter's Mark up on one of the little Oogie Boogies.
You did.
Is there a way that I could somehow attempt to determine perhaps where maybe he may have screwed off to?
Oh, you guys killed him. You
But they
still
faded,
have
right? There's nothing left of them.
Yes, when you killed them, they basically disintegrated into like powder and then gone, type of deal.
So okay, so
They're gone.
Okay, they didn't,
Non-existent corpse.
Gotcha. No powder, nothing to be found. Okay.
Nope.
Assuming you don't mind
It did make you kind of wonder. You are welcome to roll some sort of nature or arcana on that.
Okay.
Your choice.
I guess I'll toss a nature out. I feel like that make a little more sense. 15.
All right. Let me pull it up so I can tell you anything. Oh, that's right. I deleted it on accident. Yes, last time. It is give me 1 second. I want to make sure I give you things that are.
No, you're good. In the meantime, are people looking pretty banged up?
I'm doing pretty good though. I was cornered by fire.
Yeah, Dahlia is fine for the most part. A little bit of singed hairs. And Vari is pretty beat up.
He's fairly haggard.
So is Sylvius is pretty screwed up right now.
Nah, I'm good. That's playing.
Okay.
Okay.
Vivian is mostly okay.
Oh, crawl out of the fireplace, or out of the chimney, I should say, and pull the grate open. Just kind of assess who looks like they're a little hurt, and I'll go to Anvari and cast Healing Spirit.
With a 15 nature roll, you're not entirely sure. You know that whatever that was, it couldn't have been from this world, or at least this. It's not something that you're used to. So other than that, you're not sure.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to complain about a healing spirit.
You should be able to roll 10d6 if everybody wants to take advantage of that.
I will.
Okay.
Because you can just, have it up for a full minute.
Yeah. Let me toss that out. Okay, so in total it's going to be 28 points of healing. And I'll have it take the shape of like a little viper that's kind of like deep kind of jade green color.
Okay.
Kind of wrapping around it, as it moves, kind of dissipating that essence around it to impart its healing onto y'all. Go on, boys. Drink up.
That's not creepy. After fighting like
Oh,
ethereal ghosts that appeared out of nowhere, there's a viper.
His name is
it's
Steven.
it's pretty fucking creepy for some of you. Adalia, this would probably be.
Yeah, and I'm
I
sitting in the
mean,
corner
you're like,
looking at
what
it.
the fuck is that kind of magic? And I mean, most other people here are probably similar to that. Vivon might have, and Vari probably, Vivian. Vivian and Invari. I hate you, Daniel. Just the name change. Vivian and Invari know Healing Spirit as a spell, but they've never seen something quite this dark. So it's almost like you're not actually casting that spell. You're casting something completely different that they've never seen. But you guys do
Where'd you
take
learn
that
that?
minute to heal up.
Woo! God damn.
I do take that healing, and I am at full.
I definitely have to say the Witcher schools are definitely more bizarre than others.
Some are, some aren't.
I'm gonna go investigate the outside patio.
Okay.
Who, well, man.
Eric, where's the monster's body? Do we see it?
Yes. Yes.
King's.
Yes, you do. Let me put it back out there for you. Bloop.
And that theoretically would have been where I was investigating, yeah?
Yes. So you can investigate that. That one you're gonna have to give not an investigation roll, but a Arcana roll.
Okay.
Sure.
I do want to take the body.
You want to take the body?
Yeah, maybe our like.
All right. Roll me
our
a
people can do
strength.
something about it.
Roll me a
Excuse me.
strength check.
Excuse
All
me.
right. Let's try to not burp,
Go for
please.
number
Eric,
two.
I'm sorry.
I know.
I haven't gone to the grocery
Apology
store yet.
accepted.
The body's heavy.
Give me a strength roll.
Damn.
Vivian, is that your Arcana for it?
Yeah.
And give me a knowledge check as well.
Just a generic int?
Yeah, just a generic int check.
What the
Okay.
hell? Oh wait, I pressed.
What it is, you have no idea, but you do know
I
you've
used to
seen something
say-
very similar to that once before, and it was I guess it wasn't a long time ago. It was about 3 weeks ago. It kind of looked like one of those other creatures that you guys fought when protecting the other king.
My bad,
Sylvius.
Eric. I used to save.
Okay. So just a generic, strength check. Or, I mean, athletics is fine. Whatever you want. I don't care.
I can use.
Yeah, you can use athletics if you want.
Okay, give me 1 second. Yay! See, now I feel like that's cheating.
No,
'cause
no,
I
it's fine.
failed the other two.
I mean, the fact that your strength check, we're using the strength save because that's the actual same number. So if it's the same number, we'll use it.
Yeah.
But since the other one was a different number, I would have. But your strength save. So you go to try to pick up this thing, and it's fucking dense. You can pick it up because your strength is high enough to actually lift it, but this thing is fucking dense. You're having to like lift it by the shoulders and kind of drag the thing.
Can I take its head? Just its head?
Yeah, make me an attack roll. What weapon are you using, first of all?
Wait, what?
What weapon are you using?
Oh, I use my longsword. Why the hell
Okay.
not?
Then go ahead and make a weapon attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hit it.
Miss.
No,
Okay.
you're fine. Your sword does kind of catch for a second, and then you kind of dig it down into it. And you do cut it off, but it's not super pretty.
Yeah, it's fine.
It
So
takes
long
you
as the-
2 swings to actually get through it because its skin is very, very tough. It's almost like cutting through like a pumice stone. So like that, it's hard, but you can still kind of move through it.
The hide will make great armor.
And Vari, as you are walking outside, you notice that there's some tables and chairs around there, and it overlooks his courtyard, which is actually pretty. There's a fountain in the back. I know you can't actually see it, but I am aware. But there is a fountain, and there is a bunch of trees all over there. It's pretty. It's just a courtyard overlook. There are some windows inside that actually look out of the backyard and into that courtyard as well, that you could have seen through without having to go outside. I just
Does it look
don't know how
like
to draw
the
them.
doors were broken from this side?
Give me an investigation roll.
Well, I did roll one earlier. I don't know if that means anything.
I don't know what your roll was, so just tell me what your roll was. Oh, 13.
It was 13.
They do not look like they were broken from the inside or outside. The door, in fact, looks perfectly intact.
Okay.
Adalia? What are you doing?
I wanted to follow him into the outside. I didn't arrive to this scene early enough to see what triggered all of the chaos and fighting from a previous session, which sucks. Because, but I will continue searching around this king's room.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like Invari was coming back in.
Yeah.
From outside, he's pretty bored.
So there's a few
I-
tapestries, there's a table, there's some bookshelves. It looks like there's a fireplace over in one corner, or right on the other side of Sylvius right now. The table actually has some drawers built into it. It's kind of like a half desk, half table situation.
I'll rummage through the drawers.
Okay. As you open them up, you find some letters that were written. And as you peer through them, it talks about, well, I didn't write down an actual letter, but it's love letters written to somebody by the name of Lucia. And there are some that have come back from Lucia to him. So it's kind of like a couple different ones. They span from a year ago to a few months ago.
Do I assume that this is the king that you mean by him?
Yes. In fact, Lucia's letters do say King Corbett or my dear Corbett.
And I'm guessing it's Lucia.
Lusha, and then is so Lucia and Corbett.
Who was it just us that went in here? Did anybody did a hand from
Daxid did come in here after the event, and then he reported back to the king, and then since then it has been shut down.
Wait, what?
Daxid came in when the event, just after the event had happened, just to check and make sure, found out the king was dead, then ran back to King Daggerad, I'm sorry, and told him of the scene that took place. And then since then, it has been in lockdown since that day.
Right, I meant because Daggerad then asked us to go take a look and see if we could defer anything. Did a hand of Daggerad come with us on this venture, or is it just us?
Sylvius is the hand of Daggerad.
Not hand, but
Not hand, but yes.
No, I'm his clone. I'm literally his
Cha
clone.
right now is
Right, which
part
is
of the
shy.
king.
It's not,
Yeah,
it's not, yeah.
but
is
he
the
is
right
part. He is part of the.
I assume you're
talk to
asking if
him.
if the lion dude came,
No, nobody in
the
particular.
armored,
just
the armored Santa.
Daggerad asked us to investigate this area to see if we could find anything else. We've since completely desecrated it. Really haven't found shit. So I was hoping somebody besides us witnessed this, so we don't go back and say like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
feel
look
like we
around
could
for
trust
some for
Cha.
some
I also have to give you this.
footprints.
Woo!
And Vari, can you give me some of that good touch?
Hey, that
I
good
could give
touch.
you the good touch.
I'm tired.
Sylvius, I sent you an image of your dagger that you
That's
pulled
what we're
out.
talking about.
Yes, yeah.
I don't see it.
Now, do you see it?
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Woof.
If I was voting, I'd probably taste it.
It has blood and coating on it. That's been dried for quite some time, though. So it was that dagger that you pulled out.
Give me a second.
Uh-huh.
And see what I can do.
So I got a 16 survival to try to find footprints that are recent other than ours, and I mean the king didn't actually move around much. And from what I'm assuming is those little bug things didn't leave footprints, so to speak. So
No, they did not.
trying to find footprints other than ours.
It's old, but yes, there are a lot of bloody footprints all around here from previous. It looks like some of them are like some of the corpses that are still over here. Like you can see there's blood on the bottom of their shoes or their feet for some of them, because some of them are almost fully naked.
So no footprints that look like more recent
No.
than when everybody was last killed, effectively.
No.
Would
Okay.
we know what kind of creature the king turned into and what came out of him?
You can make a Arcana check on him.
Not my best. I'm gonna look
But
to.
he'd
Vivian
theoretically
already
have-
attempted to try to figure
Would he
that out.
have a Witcher's advantage? or no?
No.
Okay.
Anybody know what that thing was?
I don't know. Let me.
Couldn't tell you. Only that we've fought one before, Anvari and myself.
I'll make an Arcana check.
It was
You're not
was it
sure.
the skin things?
Sorry.
Yes,
Yes, it was those, Austin. Cha, you spent some time researching different monsters and stuff, and nothing has brought you even close to this thing. Something that can survive while inside the body for that long, it almost seems unnatural, and it
Do
doesn't.
I know? Is it like
Arcana.
undead or fiend, or do I just not know?
It's not undead. you would suspect it's some sort of fiend or some sort of, yeah, I guess fiend.
It's from out of this world.
You're not somebody that spends a lot of time with monsters, so you're
got it.
basing everything off of books and what you've read about.
We'll look to Sylvia's and ask, anything, any hints, clues, what it might be.
Nothing the book's ever said. So, no.
We didn't know what they were the last time we fought them either. All we knew is they could take the form of other beings or used them as meat sacks, essentially.
And Vari, are you capable of sending word to... Actually, never mind. I'm going to see Radcliffe. Radcliffe?
Yeah.
Radcliffe later tonight, and I'll let him know of this discovery.
We should
Because...
We should
none of these around here.
we should go to Daggerad and report.
Hold up. And then I hold out the dagger. Everyone, come take a look at this.
Okay.
What is it you threatening us? I was like,
give
whoa,
me a
whoa.
second. I'm gonna.
Whoa, holy crap, Adalia.
Wait a second.
She wants to know.
What row should
Wait, I gotta make sure everybody can see it now.
what
Wow.
row should we make? Is it
In
Arcana?
all your rolls, Will, only one was close. and it was at 20.
Yeah.
Adalia immediately turns and looks at the dagger, and then stares at it intensely.
As tears starts to roll down her face. I don't fucking know. So you don't ever stare at something that hard unless you're like emotional.
Yeah. Do we recognize the dagger?
Give me.
Its name is Jimmy. It went to college
Sylvius,
with me.
give
Jimmy
me
John.
an intelligence, a base
okay.
intelligence check. If it's a
I
zero,
didn't
you can
see.
use your Arcana. That's fine.
Give me a sec.
So
And then
is that just Sylvius or anybody who...
Sylvius
it's a-
can make a base knowledge check.
a
Everybody
zero.
else can make a history check.
Okay, got it.
It's a 0, so
Okay, that's fine.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So you
Alright.
get for being raised in a small town, boys.
Sylvius, you know that dagger used to belong to the king, King Corbett.
Oh. Okay.
That was long ago, or I guess time is a construct that is unimportant. He's had that ever since you've known him.
Where did that come from, Eric? Damn.
That's an appropriate response, Will.
That's unimportant.
Because I just kept saying very long ago, but that's not accurate at all. Okay. He's
One
had that
generation.
dagger since you've known him.
Okay.
But the
Wait,
last
what's
like
the-
couple months ago, he no longer had it on his person. He used to carry it around everywhere.
What's the dead king?
The dead
Did
thing.
I know what happened to
Yeah.
the dagger? Just
Why-
disappeared,
why
as
would
far
you
as I
call
know.
the dagger?
The dagger just disappeared.
I'm gonna type it right now.
Okay, cool.
That's the dead king.
Either
Hell
the
yeah,
dagger
baby.
disappeared, or he just no longer had any meaning to him.
Vivian, you see the dagger, and something
what
about the way it was made makes you realize that this thing was built or was created long ago. It has an elven design to it.
Eric, time is a construct.
Yes, hundreds of years ago.
That wisdom and this following int are just in build macros. But I assume you're using my first history check.
I was
so-
using your first history check of 21.
What
Alright.
did Sylvis say as he took this dagger out?
I didn't say anything.
Why'd you take
Oh, I thought you meant out of the king. No, I just told you guys to come look.
So I will share that rough info of it has an old elven look. I assume that was the gist of it, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I can't quite place why, but this thing reminds me of something elven make, couple 100 years old, perhaps.
No wonder I don't recognize it. I know
Do-
dwarven stuff.
How long has this like royal family have been running Centra?
For the last 200 years.
Did I just say dwarven? I definitely meant to say elven.
You said
I know.
elf.
I think you say elven.
I said elven. Okay. In my head, I said dwarven. And I was like, Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Well.
What might I recognize?
Well, what was your first roll?
There wasn't time. That's just perception. I have a 13 perception.
I mean, it looks like the way it looks. So, I mean, you see that. There's some like
Can I do it?
slender sort of look to it that reminds you of other things.
I do
But
an
it's not
Arcana?
necessarily. Yeah, go for it.
The glowy bluey bits.
Sylvius, dear. I can wait for that.
If I gesture to take it from Sylvius, but I don't.
All right.
Sylvius,
Sylvius.
can I hold
What?
it?
No.
Supposed to look at it in your hands.
Yes.
All right. Never mind. What's my Arcana reveal?
You're something about this seems like it could be an old artifact. Maybe it's magical. You're not really sure. You're kind of like, it's old enough that it would make sense to be, and it was made by some powerful magic people, probably, if they're elves.
Well, we should take this to the king.
That's what I
Sylvius,
intend to
dear.
do. Yes. Do not call me dear.
Sure. Does your former king have any links to elven society? Why would your king have an elven dagger?
You
Could
know
you say?
that the king used to hunt elves
Mm.
when he was younger.
Should I disclose that?
That's up
it's
to
the
you.
question.
What a weird sport.
I mean,
Uh,
Vivian, you already know that King Corbett was known as the Mad King, but he was a great hunter earlier in his prime days. But since about 20 and on, he went a little bit more crazy, and nobody really liked him anymore. He wasn't a good ruler or anything.
Henry V.
But
That's
you
the
do
guy
know
killed
that
all
he
his
would
kids, right?
constantly hunt elves.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pretend that I asked that question just to see Sylvius's response then.
Yep.
I don't know.
I'll roll an insight real quick. He doesn't know. Or actually, if he does know, he would have to deception, I suppose. But
Do I have to? Okay, I'll roll it. Let's do this, baby.
I think my cat's at my door. BRB.
Is it not known that elves make some of the best blade work in the realm? Maybe it was a gift. Either way, we should return it to King Daggerad and tell him what we found here.
Should.
Indeed. One moment.
Okay.
Go ahead and cast Primeval Awareness to sense any fiends within a mile.
Prime
Ooh.
Evil Awareness. I have to look up that spell.
Oh, well, it's not a spell, it's ability. But I'll put it in chat real quick.
Yeah, click it.
Yeah.
I do believe you, Sylvius, that you do not know.
Beginning at 30 level, you can use your action to expend one ranger spell slot. Focus your awareness on the region for 1 minute.
There could be more of these things.
You You sense that there aren't any around, but the blood residue that's on this creature kind of emanates, and you can now tell that it is for sure a fiend.
Definitely a fiend. I'm gonna take a vial and just scoop up a little bit of the blood and cork it.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
It is very viscous.
It's the way I like my blood, viscous.
Bigger file.
It's
That
almost
doesn't
like
sound healthy.
it's almost ooze-like.
Okay. I'm gonna add that into my inventory real quick. Oozy fiend blood from King.
King monster.
King Oogie
Monster
Boogie. Okay.
Okay, so here's what I know. The king had this dagger on his person for as long as I've known him. He lost it. How long did you say he lost it
About
before?
3 months ago, and you're not sure. He just no longer had it on his possession.
Okay.
It's not something you
He-
really talked about necessarily.
About 3 months ago, the dagger disappeared. I've never seen it again until today. This
Where did you find
leads me to believe that A, the dagger got stolen, or B, he put the dagger somewhere only he could find, and someone else found it. And I doubt those whores he was sleeping with were the one that stabbed him, considering they lie dead next to him, or lay dead next to him.
Not to mention, if they were a king's whore, they were making a king's bounty, I'm assuming. Lucky wenches.
Either way, it sounds like the murder must have been close to the king in order to take his dagger.
Indeed. Would the king have protection during these visits from these local women of the night? By protection, I mean soldiers, swords, arms.
Fuck you, man. I know exactly. I knew you were gonna say that.
We're prostitutes, not vampires, please.
There
Um,
is usually
You know the
guards.
answer to that, yes.
Yes.
And in fact,
There
there's
are-
lots of guards that are dead outside.
All the guards outside, they were supposed to protect him.
Could it have been one of them? Who's missing from the lot?
I do not know. Eric, I assume I don't know those people.
Yeah, you don't know them personally. You don't know how many people are actually. I mean, you probably have a number of how many people, but you don't. I mean, the names are just names. You don't know every single person at all.
Concerning the amount of time that has passed, which is also just a social construct, I would deem it impossible, or nearly impossible, to identify the bodies, unless we go around casting tons of spell, which we do not have, to get them back into funeral shape, you can say.
Are any of the, like, these corpses, are they also prostitutes in appearance?
They are, all of them. Everyone
any
in
of
this
them
room look like that. Yeah.
Do any of them have tongues?
Yeah, they don't
Yes.
have a head.
Yeah, some of them do.
Anvari, you know what to do. Make
You
the
know,
ladies
Clever.
just like
sing.
doing this, but sometimes you need answers.
Before you start, what do we wish for Anvari to ask?
I was about to click.
Give me one moment. Will that spell work on the head of the creature I beheaded? The guy we killed.
Well, first look
I'm
at
gonna
the
click
spell
on it to
list.
see.
Yeah, to see if it says
'Cause I don't
humanoid
know.
or... no, just a corpse. Oh, it can't be undead.
But the guy we killed was not undead.
He was not.
I wasn't sure of that, but yes,
I
in
think
theory it
Todd-
would work.
Or Sylvius knows it's not.
And Sevatar
Yes.
said that it was a fiend.
Oh, okay.
Question is,
Will it talk
What?
to us?
languages do we speak?
It's safer to bring one of the bodies back, not this one. We can deal with this one later.
If you have any court mages capable of delaying time's effects on that head, we can ask lots of them questions. Specifically, and I'm pointing at the king's monster's corpse head, as like, that's do you have people here who could preserve that?
I think I do, right, Eric?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely do. Yes.
In fact, Nefreru can cast stuff like that.
Yes, the lady you met earlier in the.
And she's got that whole citadel is filled with clerics and paladins and people that can cast this stuff.
My cookies.
So
I guess temple would have been the correct term. Sorry.
Cathedral. I don't know.
So we can take that for that
Nice
use
and
and have Envari speak with one of these ladies now. But I ask again, what questions would we like Envari to ask?
Yeah, that'd be the safer bet. Ooh.
How about something? Yeah. Did you see who killed the king?
That seems like a good start.
Or actually, we want to try to avoid questions that would only garner us a yes/no answer. So how can we phrase that in a fashion that would give the answer and information?
Who was it who stabbed the king?
Yeah, that would do. We'd either get an I don't know or an answer. Who or what killed the king?
Describe what killed the king.
Yeah.
A dagger. Blood loss.
But if these are, well, frankly, if these are also poetic wenches, they might also express, his hubris.
No offense, Vivian. You're probably the most well-spoken one I've met. These other ones.
I do
Hi,
often
Dwarven way.
I do often claim that I have the best tongue of all.
Phrasing.
I'll give a little wry smile at that. Further questions?
So something of that nature, though. Who or what killed the king? I think should suffice. Another question. Envari, remind me, how many questions do you get?
5.
Thank you, Envari.
Why was the king killed?
Yeah, I was gonna say I have to read it.
It's 5.
Dahlia's over here pacing the ground.
You just said it. You just said 5.
Why was the king killed? Was it just money? And
I'm not sure if our
motive?
lovely wench would have a clue.
Unless we had the fortune of someone monologuing at the king before murdering them, then yes, I don't believe she'd have that information.
You'd be
What was your
surprised.
purpose of being in this room before your death?
Could be asking how the killer got into the chambers.
Yeah, did you see how they entered or left? Or, you know what? Let's go ahead and mark as a follow-up to that former question, assuming the answer is, I don't know, who or what killed you? Because if she was killed before the king, she wouldn't necessarily know what killed the king, but she would know what killed her, possibly.
Can't wait to swim in the I don't knows.
Yes, that is always the peril of a conversation with the dead, but...
I'd like to ask what her purpose or reasoning for being in the room was. I mean, I
The what I'm
understand
typing
what
isn't
her-
a guarantee, just so everyone. Whatever.
Adalia, how much experience do you have with people talking to the dead?
Nearly none. I'm taking this
Okay.
information of the fact that we're going to do it like that. I can
All right.
understand that.
No, I get that. I'm just wondering if that would start creeping you
Who
out or
doesn't
not.
inherently know how to talk
Yeah,
to
no,
dead?
that's why I'm pacing the corner.
Okay, cool.
Back to the room.
With
Got it.
all due respect, Adalia, I feel like that answer is transparent.
Well, I had a better one, and then the DM cut me off.
Sorry.
I suppose if they were not here for earning their gold, then I don't know.
Perhaps, were you aware of any plots to assassinate the king?
We could also wait until they give responses to the first few to decide alternate questions. As depending on the answers, that may steer conversation.
I say we I say we, what is it? Cast a spell now
Do
and consider our questions carefully afterwards.
Well, we only have about a 10-minute window, if I recall correctly.
That is okay. Correct. And their soul kind of leaves for a good.
Yeah. It is taxing upon the spirits of the dead to converse with the living.
It's fine. We have plenty of horse.
We all know what fine means.
I will look around and make sure that
Freaking out. It's
more than
feeling
one
neurotic.
has a functioning head with
Indeed.
tongue.
It looks like these three right here can.
Okay. Well, that means we have at most 15 questions, actually. I say that as I'm like flipping them over and opening their mouths to look for tongues.
How's it looking? They intact?
Yeah, we have these three. And then we will try the king's monster.
Emotional.
We might
Well-
bring the other ones with us too, just in case.
Yes, I don't know whether the limitation is simply upon Anvari or the spirit.
I'll turn to Invari. Anything?
The limitation is on the spirit. So if the
That's what I
spell
thought,
is
but
cast,
I wouldn't really know.
yeah, I know. If the spell is cast, well, I mean, this is DM telling that that's how the spell is going to be working for now on. If
Sure.
somebody casts a spell, anyone can ask questions.
But that also means that some other cleric can't recast it for more questions.
Yes.
Okay. And is that something we will, or at least Anvari would know? The way that it functions like that?
I don't know. That. Yeah, you'd know.
Okay. If I assume he'll point that out in a fashion.
It has nothing to do with who's casting the spells. Once the spirit's been contacted once, it usually doesn't come back for up to a day. Huh? Is it a day or is it forever?
10 days.
10 days.
Well,
So
if
honestly,
that's the
I might think it might be forever.
if that's
10
the
days
case,
is a long time.
it is. If that's the case, then we may want to save at least one of them for the condescending woman herself to question. Although the king doesn't trust her, theoretically. Not that he distrusts her, but you know. Anyway, let's get the ball rolling. I'm getting antsy. I wish to speak with my own kind.
All right, I'll cast the spell onto the one.
Okay.
Kind of back up further.
Her head starts moving and she's
explodes.
where am I? Where am I?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on Adalia here.
What's that? Where am I?
Calm down. You are amongst friends.
Now, so the head rises and kind of like tilts and moves around a little bit, but it's loosely attached. The jaw's kind of like flopping open, and things kind of just come out, and it looks like a deranged zombie puppet thing. It's a horrific sight to see. Adalia, you're doing okay. You were preparing for this whole time, but you're doing okay.
Seen a lot of dead things.
In the recent time,
Not
you
talking back.
yeah. Where am
I will reach out and put my hand on her cheek gently and try to calm her. Just saying,
Give me a sleight of hand check.
sure.
Ooh, she gonna bite you. You gonna become a zombie now.
That's not on my bar, so give me a second. There we go.
You go to touch it gently, and your finger just barely touches, but it kind of caves in the cheek. As you push just a hair too much, and then you put a hole in the side of her cheek.
That's not good.
Adalia, go ahead and make me another con save if you're staring at this. You're like a little less okay, but you're still strong.
Got a gun of iron, boys.
I need you to be calm, and I'll pull out my paperwork. I know the risks that our profession runs. You paid the greatest cost asked of you, and I'm so very sorry for that. But we need your help. And Vari, ask away.
Who or what killed the king?
It was a girl. Small folk. She came in a jealous rage.
I'm gonna turn and whisper to Anvari. Dwarf, gnome.
Gnomes.
Perhaps are elves in this setting typically small?
There's not halflings in this world, is there?
Elves, yes, there's halflings. Elves are typically
Humanish.
yeah, human. I picture them a little on the taller side, but
Okay.
they can be anywhere really. Human sized, yeah.
Do I know anything of... Oh,
I'll turn to Anvari.
Elves are
Well-
tall, motherfucker.
Small folk. You think she means a peasant or
They're actually probably not motherfuckers. They're inbred pieces of shit.
I hate him too.
someone actually small of stature? We should shelve that question.
Eric, do I know who she might be talking about? Do I have any vague?
Yes.
What was the? I apologize.
Ooh.
Go get food. Small girl was all I.
A small girl came in a jealous rage.
Small girl, jealous rage.
I think we can
I want to
wait
know
on.
too. Hold up, dagger.
What was that?
I guess I could say that.
I said it in my head because I didn't want to say something out loud and ruin your guys' spell that I'm unfamiliar with, but it's not a question. I want to know if this small girl was the one who came in with the dagger.
That is one of the questions we can ask, but I think we should.
Hold off on that.
I think we can actually ask the question that you or someone else was asking, which was, and I'm directing this at Anvari, not the spirit. Should we ask
How does the
If-
spirit know this?
if she? Well, presumably it's a part of the magic in the spell. but
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're good.
I wouldn't know.
Do you think it's worth asking her if she knows why the king was killed? If she witnessed the murder of by a girl in a jealous rage, it might be that she has information relating to the cause of murder.
That's not a bad point. If she knows she was in a rage, she might have an idea of why the rage was there.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely doesn't sound like it was a shapeless figure in the night.
Yeah, it might have been an angry, shouting, potentially monologuing woman. So
Ooh, asking
gonna raise an
if
eyebrow
she
and nod.
heard anything, but then the yes or no thing.
Wait, Eric, you say that I know this girl? Or know that description?
Maybe make me a history check.
History, let's go. Be kind to me. Hey,
You
she
are
had the
quite
rage.
familiar with the king's personal life. You were more aware of his professional life, so you're not quite sure. I did give you disadvantage on that check, just so you know.
Aw,
Yeah.
okay. You should've told
Unfortunately.
me. Oh well, it is what it is.
But you do know that there's some people that or someone has recently come into power within the last year and is on the council. She
Yeah,
is
Dagger
short.
Rad.
And you've been curious, and a
Dagger
lot of
Rad.
people have been wondering how she got into power so quickly. She's
Okay.
the
And
master of
we've-
coin.
We've not met this lady yet, right?
I mean, you technically have, but no.
No, like
Party-wise,
in
no.
game. In game.
Nope.
Master of coin, you
Yep.
say? Okay.
It could be
Her name is
that
Lucia, by the way.
Lucia. Oh, the one we were just talking about?
Well, nobody was talking about her.
What a whore.
Ooh. I mean, you would have no way of knowing that they were love letters, but that
Could
does.
ask her to describe.
Yeah, didn't you find him?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
nobody
some-
nobody is
Crazy.
talking to each other.
Wait, hold on. I'm writing these things down. I'm
I
about to
know.
convey what I have.
Oh, I thought the love letter thing was made public.
No, I'm a quiet sister.
Okay. No,
Hey,
no,
Ollie,
we're,
what's in your bag?
no, hold on. We're about to have like one of those like anime like realization moment when somebody says something and the other person's like, I know what you're talking about.
How do you
Oh, it's
know?
like
I
you
know
mean like
because
at the end of a House episode when somebody says just the right thing to trigger
Oh,
the
yeah, exactly.
discovery of the
Exactly.
diagnosis.
Where they're
Zoom
having
in,
like
fish
a
eye
normal
lens
ass.
effect.
The description, it matches vaguely someone who has come into power recently.
Who?
Who is
Are
this?
there any questions you can ask this corpse to try and
Lucia,
confirm that identity?
was it Corbett?
No, that's the king.
No. Lucia. Oh wait, no. Okay, Okay, I see now. I thought that was her last name. I thought Corbett was her last name. My bad.
That's the king.
Is there
Lucia.
anything that you
That's
could
her
ask
name.
the corpse to confirm that identity?
When did she came into power? Exactly.
About a year ago.
About a year ago.
So you say her name though to us?
I do say Lucia.
Does that trigger anything in anybody here?
God no.
As in somebody who just read the letters?
Oh. Did it? Really, what I'm searching for, like, wasn't been that. It's in my notes, but it's on the dollar's head.
So he says that name and I go, okay.
Well,
Vicious.
Last name, I guess.
nothing. However, that is a vague.
You think she would have reason to want the king dead?
Eric?
You're not sure.
I'm not sure. All I know is that she was suspicious from the very beginning when she gained power. She's still suspicious now.
It almost seemed like
Wait.
she came out of nowhere and all of a sudden was master of coin.
Wait, voice in the sky. Adalia has had an epiphany.
I have some good questions I'd like to ask the corpse.
Go, well, air them
Look
toward.
here. These letters were love letters from the king to what I assume to be a female. Perhaps if this corpse knows this person,
I'm gonna go to the letters and look at the name, and then show it to Sylvius, assuming Adalia doesn't resist me taking one or them.
no, there's like 10.
Is this the person you're speaking of?
Yes,
Did you know about this?
Dun, dun, dun.
I do not. This is new. I'm not even sure if the oh god, what is that word? I'm not even sure if the king knows about this.
So
The
I'm going
present
to go
king.
ahead and
Did you forget the word king?
my apologies.
No,
That's what I was like, what?
it's another word. It's another word.
Monarch.
I'm going
The
to
dude
do
in
some,
power.
Queen?
and please feel free to stop me, anybody, if you think I'm.
At this
I'm
point,
making
the
any
corpse is
logical-
kind of like flickering in and out and like drops the head
Hey.
and pops back up for a
We
split
have 10
second.
minutes. It's not been 10 minutes.
It might be 10 minutes.
You guys have been talking for a while.
Not all of it has been in character, though. A decent amount of it has been asking you stuff.
Mine's all been
Um,
character. Except for this.
Well, I just mean like the stuff about does anybody recognize that with the letter? And that's not in character. That's not passage of time.
I don't know. Does anybody?
Well, I mean, I'm going to make some leaps of logic. Please feel free to stop me if you think I'm incorrect.
Before you
The
continue,
corpse. Sure.
We need to ask her if she, the corpse, found or seen anyone in Nilfgaard armor. We found a Nilfgaard spear earlier, or Sevatar? Sevatar found a Nilfgaard speared earlier.
Sounds good. And I can see that she is getting impatient, so we should jump on that. But first, allow me very quickly. Jealous rage, murdered by a small person, prostitutes with the king, love letters from that small person, jealousy. She found the king was sleeping with prostitutes. She was jealous, murdered the king. Has nothing to do with politics. Has to do with lover scorned. Anybody agree or disagree?
How did she get the dagger?
That is a
And
good question. The
why are
second
there pile
question,
of bodies
which is even
outside?
better, is why did he turn into that?
Perhaps we should ask.
I
our
don't
lovely
think
lady
she
of the
killed
night.
everything in this room, though.
What was that, Anvari?
I can't imagine she would have killed everything in this whole area.
I can very strongly imagine that she killed every single prostitute.
Yes,
She has
but
the
not
power.
all
But
of them.
everyone outside of
Yes.
here.
She's
I'm
too
clarifying that
powerful.
because there's only prostitutes in this room, I think, not
gonna-
guards.
I'm going to turn to the lady of the night. Excuse me, madam. How was everyone else in here killed, and give detail?
That's not a question. Yeah, say from across the room.
Everyone in
The
here
first-
killed? I feel like that's a good
Yeah,
question.
the first half was a question. It was how was everyone in here killed? He
Fine.
followed with a statement.
You
Detailed
can
description
obviously
of how people
tell that these things were not killed by just a dagger. Creatures came by the plenty, slaughtering everything.
Did they appear to be following the commands of, and I'll say the lady's name.
Lucia?
Yeah, that one.
I don't know.
The
It
small
was
lady in parentheses.
I got killed by a creature with skin dropping off.
I think we should confirm the identity, even though it feels
Another
obvious.
woman, another man came in with a chain.
How this corpse likes to just give us information.
Chain.
Trying to do the details.
Yeah, ask for details.
Should we ask for verification that the small jealous woman was in fact, pardon, Lucia?
That is what I would like to do, but I can't think of a question that
Well, I
won't
feel like we
easily
have that.
result in an I don't
I
know.
believe if she knew the small lady was Lucia, she would have said
Yeah.
her name.
Can
I
you
feel like- did we
describe
ask
what the
who? Yeah,
small
we asked
lady you're referring to looks like?
In detail.
Small, pointy ears.
An elf.
Sylvius, does that match?
Eric, does that match?
Yeah.
It's a very,
Yes, it matches.
it's a very vague description.
Oh, okay.
Can the
Yes,
corpses see?
it matches. And Lucia's an elf, correct?
I don't know if the corpses can see.
Well, I got point of
Is Lucia an elf?
It doesn't seem that it can, because it only knows.
You know
what it
that
knows.
multiple races have pointy ears. Orcs have pointy ears. Halflings have pointy ears. Gnomes
Does-
have pointy ears.
Does Lucia look like an elf?
Lucia has point of ears.
What
I look
race?
human,
Yes,
Eric.
Lucia looks like an elf. That's what
Okay.
the corpse says.
Okay, that's good.
It's what they're
Sylvius would know this.
I'm fucking with you. Yes, she looks like
would
an
assume.
elf.
Okay, that's good.
Give me an Arcana check, Cha.
Wait,
Just give me an Arcana check.
fine, I'm about to have a fucking.
I know you
aneurysm.
are. You're about to yell at me in a second.
No. I was not. No.
Yeah,
Hey,
looks
dude,
like
I
an
know-
elf.
She looks like an elf. That's good enough for me, baby.
This looks
So-
like a short shit elf.
Somebody wished to ask.
Get disrespectful.
Somebody wished to ask a question before I asked the group that question. What was the question somebody wished to ask the corpse? Because it was a good question.
Were any of the
How the short-haired woman got the dagger.
I'm
In
fine
fact,
with
looks
that.
like that, Cha.
okay, good enough. That's all I need. Thank you, Eric.
What can you tell us about the short, jealous woman before you died?
Nothing. She came in with a rage, followed by creatures that then came and killed everything.
Okay. I mean, that tells us that she was in fact working in concert with them, and it wasn't a she showed up, killed people, they showed up.
Okay, so this is our last question, right?
If this person has the ability to control all these creatures, yet is in such a high power with the city being the... Oh, I don't know that information.
Oh, wait, okay, so this next question is our last one, right?
I believe he's asking
Let's
you, Eric.
say we've asked...
Or are you asking us?
I'm asking you guys because I have no idea.
Well, we
Yeah,
asked.
you got one more.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Timing wise, you have one more. I don't know about
Should we
question-wise.
ask it what the small lady said, or what kind of dialogue were exchanged, or should we ask about the Nilfgaard thing?
Yeah. Oh, that was the question that somebody had pointed out. I say we ask that one. I'm
Okay.
fairly certain that either that small woman was the woman in the letters, aka your powerful,
Lucia, the
coin.
master of coin.
or it was somebody trying to frame her. Either way, I don't think she will be able to clarify that for us.
Because she did say the skin was slopping off of things.
We could just
She was
directly
good.
ask, was it Lucia?
It's fine. We
I
can
don't
take
think she
these
knows who
bodies
that
back.
was.
We have clerics that knows this spell. They can possibly replicate what we are doing now.
Let's ask about Nilfgaard. First, oof.
First?
I was going to say, I don't know if she would know what Nilfgaardian attire looks like.
What were the Nilfgaardians doing here? Or how were they involved? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did we
Was
get to
there-
Nilfgaard?
What-
Wait, Eric. How?
Yeah.
Okay. How quickly can I run out, grab the spear, and then come back?
Grab the spear?
The spear that was in the
Few
body in the
seconds?
bathroom.
I don't know, a minute tops.
I'll time you.
How? What is it? How long does the
Go,
spirit
John,
have
go!
left?
Maybe 30 seconds.
Misty
go
step.
get
Let's
the spear.
go. Yeah. Can I use?
I'm gonna race
He-
to the spear.
He blinks out. Sevatar starts sprinting out. I look to the remaining two, and I'm like, how should we ask her about Nilfgaard? If she doesn't know who they are, the question will be completely lost.
Who's Nilfgaard? And how did we get to...
It is a warring. Warring may be strong of a term. It is a different kingdom, potentially at odds with this kingdom, and we found a spear that seems to be related to somebody from there,
hanging on the wall?
It's gonna take you
impaled
both
in
sprint-
one of the corpses.
just about a minute. If you misty step, you can do it in probably 8 rounds instead of 9
Do we
rounds.
know if
So
This
it
person
doesn't
that-
change anything.
No, you get 30 feet closer
Sylvius
if you
was
misty step.
speaking of is Nilfgaardian?
It would take me.
I say Dan or Vivian.
Yeah. It would take me
I
24
only
seconds.
heard about half of that question.
Do
Can
we
I just-
know if this person that Sylvius is speaking of is that race, city?
Nationality.
Nilfgaardian?
Or
I think
yeah.
Nilfgaardians
Nilfgaardian.
were humans.
Oh yeah, your speed's faster. Yeah, you could do
Yeah.
it. You could do it, Sevatar.
24 seconds, not bad. Here you go. Here's the spear.
You have 5 seconds.
Did any of the people that invaded this room carry this symbol? And then I point at the Nilfgaardian symbol.
Yeah.
Sylvius just appears after this.
Yes, a few. And
Yeah.
then stops. The magic goes out.
I'll throw the spear. 20
Sevatar
foot
basically was
radius.
like, "Spear, got it," and went and ran off and got it, and immediately brought it back. And then you guys quickly asked the question, and then the
Not in the
spell
Olympics.
wore off.
Well, you ruined it, Sylvius. We were going to ask if there were any Nilfgaardians in the area.
Wait,
I put my hand on Adalia's shoulder, or I'll walk to her and do it, and look her in the eyes and say, "Oh, we did. We did."
wouldn't we have a record of Nilfgaardian guards in the city if they were in the city?
Yes, if there were some that were not trying to hide.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
they
you
would-
would.
It seems pretty easy to get
But the
into the
spear
city right
being
now.
here,
Well, this was prior
Hidden.
to when it was easy to get into the city.
You
Okay.
know that there wouldn't have been any guards in here unless they were hiding out or snuck their way in, because Nilfgaard is not currently at war with anyone, but a lot of suspicions of them makes most of these Northern Realm cities a little weary of letting them in anywhere. So they're kind of stuck in their own area without being able to go to different cities right now.
so when the king
So yeah, no.
was murdered, there weren't any Nilfgaardian on record. There weren't any Nilfgaardian soldiers or any officials in the city.
Which
How
makes
tight of a
you
record do you guys keep of your city dwellers in and out? I didn't even have to give my name to get in.
Here's
Yeah,
the
you
thing.
did. Yeah, you
You're-
everybody
Oh,
you did. Everybody had to. Everybody
why-
showed
that's why-
papers.
Small town raised by orphan parish. How'd they have my name?
You had papers that said you were from something. It
somewhere.
doesn't really matter what for non-magic folk as much, but depending on your role, everybody has some sort of documentation that they exist, basically.
Yeah, and Chaw's
with
other
your
character
name on
didn't
it.
have that documentation.
Yeah,
Which
that
is
was the
even-
problem with Chaw's
A thing
character.
happened.
No,
And even
I remember.
Yep.
So,
How
to
easy
do
is
it,
it to fake
Wait, hold
the
up.
documentation?
So either with this Nilfgaardian spear here, either they were hiding out or somebody is trying to frame Nilfgaard.
yes, I agreed, and I will include in that somebody is either trying to frame, and I point to Sylvius and then the letter, Lucia.
Lucia.
Somebody is either trying to frame Lucia or she was here. So we have 3 perpetrators.
Does
We
Lucia have any connections to Nilfgaard, Eric?
We were
Did I
about to
know
ask
of?
you that,
You
Sylvia.
don't know.
Correct. We were. So we have 3 perpetrators. We know that a Lucia-like woman was here and the primary killer of the king. There were men with chains and presumably weapons bearing this symbol.
I
Not
heard a
necessarily.
man with pain.
Sure. And we have those things, or things of that ilk, and I'm gesturing at the fiend.
The
So,
head that Sevatar is still holding.
well, the body, more so.
Oh, not Sevatar.
Um,
Sylvius. Sorry.
I have its blood.
Yes. Sylvius
But
has the
either way,
whole
I was
fucking head.
gesturing- Either way, I
Yes.
was gesturing at the body. So, we have fiends, we have Nilfgaardians, and we have Lucia? So, that's a lot of
Perpetrators.
perpetrators. Yeah. So can we tie them together as one? Does Lucia have connections to Nilfgaard? And this, I will say, we've had suspicions of Nilfgaardians consorting with these demons, based on some sources we've spoken to. I think it's safe to say that this continues in that trend. So the question of the evening is Lucia working with Nilfgaard?
Where is Lucia now? Say it to Sylvius.
Go ahead and make
I assume I don't-
knowledge check.
Knowledge, baby.
With
Give me a
advantage.
sec.
This is with
He did
advantage.
say she was master of
Hey.
Yes. And Vari, are you
Yeah.
currently equipped to locate a person within a certain vicinity?
You know that she has a house
Nope.
around this area. There's a lot of, rich people have mansions and stuff in the royal district. She doesn't have the largest, but she has the 6th largest house.
6?
She's 6th, yeah.
Sick.
That's the
Details,
number of
man.
the
I
devil.
like it. I like it. Details.
Sounds like she cares.
She's one
And
third way
she's
to
in
being...
the rich district, correct?
She's not okay.
Not
So
good
there's like
coin.
the palace district
Mhm.
that is just the palace and their neighboring little things.
Yeah.
And then outside of it, like down here is, we'll say, the royal district. And this is where
Okay.
like the nobles, really, really wealthy nobles live. Most of the people on the council live, excluding Naiferu, who lives in the temple, which is in its own little area. So you're going to get a lot of wealthy people in that district.
So I know
yeah.
one thing for sure. Lucia has a home here in the royal district.
And given the conversation of her prior to this questioning of the spirit, it seemed as if she was kind of nobody before she became Master of the Coin. Is that correct?
You never heard of her.
I've never heard of her until she became the Master of Coin.
So she was not somebody already of influence and wealth, but she then became one, and she has letters to the king. So I think it's
Could he
safe
have-
to assume
So
that
Put her into the power.
Can I
correct.
take a look at the letters?
Yes.
Are they dated?
He put his
They
mistress
don't
in a
have
position
dates.
of power.
No.
What was the king married? Widowed? What was
He
his...
was widowed.
So it wouldn't have been untoward per se for him to have taken a new wife or mistress. Correct?
Correct. Sorry, I didn't know if that was towards me.
It was to you. But he never publicly came out in a relationship with her. Is that also correct?
I believe so, because I never heard of this
Relationship.
relationship until now. I believe it is. I'll have to ask the present king if he knew about this.
Sure. Operating under the assumption that she was a secretive lover, what reason would a widowed king have to keep someone, a new flame, secret? And I'm
Have you never
go
made
ahead.
out with somebody in the woods?
well, love letters exchanged in order as this implies much more than an evening of passion. I'm sort of leading the witness here with this question. I think he was keeping her a secret because of perhaps her race.
Perhaps.
Sylvius, my dear, you may apologies. You may not be aware of this, but the king had a reputation for not liking others. And I'll point to my own ears when I say others. If she is of that same persuasion, it may be that there would have been some scandal in this relationship, perhaps on both sides of the aisle, which could lead to why she was secretive, and perhaps he gave her that position as a way to make up for that.
I vote we swing by her house.
I'm not opposed to that.
But his
Plus, the stench
reputation.
of this room is really getting to my head.
I
I'm
think
gonna go make my way to Daggerad.
Before we go, a few things.
I'm walking out the
First of
door.
all,
we'll catch up, Adalia. Stay safe.
we need to make sure that we can trust the people we give this information to.
Agreed.
Anyone that she, being Lucia, has consorted with, worked with, cannot know that she is a suspect at all, in any way, shape, or form. If she gets the slightest hint that we know anything or accuse her of anything, she will leave, she will hide, or she will kill more.
As much as I regret to say this, we cannot tell the king.
He may act out too harshly.
Yes, he is still a kid, and I'm afraid somebody can squeeze the information out of him if they do wish upon it. Considering if those same people can get to the king without any of us knowing, those same people can get to the present king.
Yes
If-
and no.
Use the boy.
You're also
Use
a
the
little
boy.
worried because Lucia's still on the council right now.
Yeah.
Here's
She's still on.
Friend.
Here's
Council
the
meeting,
thing, though.
debate, attack, question.
I'm going to say, I don't know if I believe Lucia's guilt. She had everything, especially if we assume that she was a simple peasant. She went from nothing to a position of influence, a position where she could help her people. And if she was the king's mistress, she could have influenced him to stop his behavior. I think it would be suicidal for her to have done this. I think we're looking at a frame job, but this is a lot of conjecture, so of course we'll save this for when we find more evidence. But that is my suggestion, that we find more evidence before we act too harshly against her.
I can give you passage into the royal district.
I can talk to her. I might be able to get information out of her alone that others wouldn't.
No,
How-
not alone.
how-
Stupid idea.
I'm going to shapeshift into let's see, where is she? My halfling female, or my Panku. I'm going to shapeshift into Panku, my halfling form. I think I can get her
Give me another intel check, Sylvius, and go ahead. Continue talking, Daniel.
and as I do this, my clothes is very floppy on me.
Can I use luck?
Yes, you can.
Because I know that's gonna fail.
Wait, we can pick the luck feat?
He did.
I thought that was banned.
Who said that? You said that. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You see Vivian's new character as Panko, and
Well, they don't know the name though.
yeah, I know you don't know the name. Vivian shapeshift into this smaller version of what she kind of already looked like before, and you're like, oh, Lucia's not an elf, she's a halfling.
Oh, I don't make that verbal.
I'm just telling you. And Vivian, you acknowledge that you see a visual like, oh, when you do that.
Mhm. Yeah, I see a light bulb sort of.
Yeah.
No, you probably just think that I found out that you're a shifling.
Yeah.
Well, you
that
shouldn't,
should
because
have already
the
been
king.
told.
Yeah, the king already revealed it to the whole council.
That's true. Well, maybe-
Otherwise, I wouldn't have done this as I have.
I don't know.
Um,
You probably won't know what I'm thinking about then, because literally it could be 100 different
That's
things.
what changed.
Maybe he hasn't seen many.
So I shapeshift into this and I say towards Sevatar, I think I can get information out of her that would be best done alone.
Oh Jesus!
Do we trust Ratcliffe enough to tell this information to?
We also don't know this woman at all.
Agreed. She could be the killer. I'm not going to believe me. I have some level of discretion. I'm a whore.
That's my concern. Too brash, too bold. You think you
Oh.
get things done with your mouth or your words.
Au contraire, my dear. I know things about so many people in power that I could topple a kingdom, but my head would roll with them.
That is my
Either
concern.
way,
If she is the killer, she will have no quarrel in killing you.
either
Concern.
way, I
Correct,
think it's safe to have somebody else to be a lookout.
Sure. I just mean nobody in the room to her knowledge. Just her and I. Just kin to kin. But more backtracking a little bit here. Anvari, I believe you asked the question. I do think we can trust Radcliffe. Maybe a foolish idea, but he's been in on this from the ground floor. He would have he could have stopped us should he had wanted us stopped at so many different points throughout this journey that, frankly, if we can call anyone our staunchest ally, it would be him, I think. Him and, of course, the good lady, Vasina. But she is, as of currently, of no relation to the matter. Sorry, Anyways, Radcliffe is I think he's a friend. I think we can trust him. With all due respect, Silvius, I think we can trust him even more than your king. Not
That's
that
why I choose not to tell him.
not
do not
that I
tell the king.
distrust your king, but
Well, Sylvius is the one who recommended not to tell the king right now.
yes.
So, trust is a little.
Guys,
but
give me an
not trusted.
intelligence check, all of you.
Sure.
We're about to die. Oh shit!
That makes sense.
By the way, Cha, you've used all your luck dice.
Luck, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just want to
That's
make sure
why
you know.
I did. Yeah.
All right. Continue talking, guys.
Wait, I do get my luck like after night's rest, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just to be sure.
So, I will say we don't have to leave yet. I'm not sure why Adalia left already, but we should ask more questions of at least one of these ladies. And I go back to Vivian as I'm saying this.
We also should probably look the rest of this place down to see if there's anything else that could be Nilfgaardian.
Indeed. But
If you found one, it could be more.
well, she and I point at. Oh, we didn't ask her name. Terribly rude, that spell. She stated that multiple people were carrying gear with that device. Device meaning the symbol of Nilfgaard.
I think Eric is the king, the present king.
Mhm.
Is he impulsive?
You have yet to see him make any real decisions yet. So your guess is no, he is not impulsive. He's quite the opposite from the previous king, actually. He seems to be thinking through everything before doing. Which
But he is still just
different.
a child.
He is still just a child, so you're not sure if he's just hesitating or if he's actually calculating as much as he can.
Silvius, brief aside, who's the king's mother?
While they're talking, I'm gonna peek out into the hallway to see where Adalia went.
Wrists are slit, sitting on the ground dead.
you don't.
Oh.
You don't see her anywhere.
Fuck.
I mean, you could see what you can see right from that door.
She also, if I recall correctly, said she was leaving to go talk to Daxid.
We might have a rescue mission on our hands.
Oh yeah, Silvius requested that we not share things with Daxid, and Adalia's gonna go talk to Daxid. Yeah, let's go stop Adalia real quick.
Yeah, let's go stop her.
All right, we're going to pause for a quick second because I need a pee, and then me and Will are going to talk for a little bit.
Who's Daxid? Daggerad's the name of what I said at the very least.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
That's actually who I meant. That's the king, yeah?
Daxid,
Daggerad.
yeah, Daxid
Daggerad.
is the hand of the king. The
Yeah,
official,
yeah,
the
Daggerad.
official hand of the king.
Sorry, that's who I meant to say.
Yeah, I need a pee. I'll be.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Sure. I'll join the ranks. Mm.
That's what all those intel rolls were too. He was trying, like, we're typing back and forth. He's like, eventually one of them will either recognize or I'll have them roll intelligence to remember. Wow. I got a email from the management at this apartment complex about Christmas lights and hanging and how we're not allowed to hang them off of our balconies for liability or whatever. Essentially just put a shutdown to all the decorations. And then they just sent out a poster for a show us your holiday spirit. Submit a picture of your decorated households.
You know what you should do? You
All right,
should
I'm
just
back.
send a photo of the
Raffle.
middle finger.
Yeah, right. With a little Christmas tree on it.
So, question.
Ben is Stilafka.
Okay, that's fine. How are you guys running, or are you walking? What are you doing?
We're
Yeah, so-
probably running.
So in my head, this is how that played out, like in real time. We were having the conversation. Sevatar goes to the door and looks out concerningly, and I see him because I have a high perception and high insight, and go, "Oh, Adalia just said she's going to go speak to Daggerad." Then I jump back into the conversation, then stop and go, "We said we didn't want that. Shit. Yeah, let's go."
All right. So you guys then run. Okay. I'm just trying
Sevatar's
to get a
fuck
timing.
with in character.
All right. Okay. So, how long do you kind of sit there and wait?
Well, it depends on where he is. Is he still in that same room?
He's not in the map room or anything. He's in the basically there's like a little foyer type of thing just before the guards at the top of the staircase. He's up there, which is
Well, if he's there, I
literally
run into him.
yeah, not right where you're at. This was like a long passageway or hall that had other doors going to different places, and there's like a whole section of the castle that was shut off. This was just
Well, my point is, I don't know where he is. Right?
Yeah.
I would have waltzed out and made my way to the map room because that's the last place I saw him.
Yeah.
If I would have bumped into him along the way, it would have been like, oh well.
Yeah,
Hey.
you're going to be bumping into him basically right outside where the guards prevented you
Then
guys
no
from
time
coming
at
in
all.
here.
I
So,
would-
but do you like kind of meander, like walk slowly, waiting for them, or are you just because you said you were going to sit at the door for a little bit?
Yeah, I would have sat at the door of the map room, assuming he was still in the map
Oh,
room. Like,
okay,
I would have
then
had
never
a decent
mind.
ride on my way to there.
Yeah, never mind. Then you would have shown up and
The reason I was leaving was for the stench. Like this whole, it's so beyond what I know, and talking about this in the room with a bunch of dead people, and I'm not cool with this.
Yeah.
I wanted. So if he's right outside that, then oops.
yeah. So as you're walking down the hall, the stench is still lingering a little bit. But you start to see the guards up ahead, and as you pass those guards, you see Daggerad is sitting on a bench over in the foyer, and he stands up and he says, "Any news? Did you figure out anything?"
Oh, yeah. I was just coming to see you actually, but I didn't expect you to be waiting here.
Oh yes, I've been waiting for you guys this whole time. I did say that initially, but that's okay.
It's I've never seen anything like King was in his chambers. I'm sure you've seen the scene from before.
I have not. I have not been in there since.
Why? He was your dad.
I understand, but someone murdered my dad, and I'd like to remember him the way that I remembered him.
I'd suggest going in there now because his body isn't there anymore. There was a huge fight that broke out with
A fight from what?
dead fiends. I mean, we're assuming it came from his killer. He was stabbed with a dagger that we pulled out, and then all these monsters came and attacked us, which kind of ruined the integrity of the entire scene. But which reminds me, we need to the Master of Coin. What's the Master of Coin's name?
Lucia?
Yeah, we should go to her place now and get her under arrest.
Why? What happened? Is she part of this?
The assumption is that she is the killer. We were only able to interview an undead corpse, which
He
didn't seem
turns
to know
and
what
looks
this
at a
guy
couple
said.
of the guards that are standing right that are standing at the door, and there's a few more that kind of surround him. And he's nods to them. Head over and pull in from. Give me 1 second as I pull
Her
up the
house.
name. Go to Locketh and acquire a group of people to take Lucia in. We're gonna need. You said some sort of undead creatures were in there?
Fiends. Yeah.
Fiends? I don't know much about fiends, but tell them this. Tell Locketh this, and he'll know what to do. He'll bring a bunch of people over to Lucia, and we'll have her arrested. He's saying this to the guard that's there. He nods and heads down the stairs. And
You know, a lot of people talk shit about you for being young, but that was pretty good.
yeah, I don't really take words from different people. Like I don't listen to them. They don't know me, I don't know them, so they just spout insults, slurs.
Cool. Well,
Anyway, describe the
if
rest
you
of the
have
scene, please.
what?
Describe the rest of the scene, please.
Well, actually, I have a question for you
Okay.
before I give you more information. Do you know anything about this dagger? Show him mine.
All right. He looks at it and he pulls out a dagger that he has too. And he's like, I mean, it's sort of similar to mine. I got mine at, well, it wasn't officially at birth, but it was for my birth.
Do you know who the maker was? Who the smith is? Is he from here?
I don't know if the smith is from here. I never thought to ask that, but I do have a record room. We could figure that out. I believe I
So
did
no
promise you
brambles?
answers.
No.
Well, actually, no. Instead, and he pulls out and he untwists the hilt and it spins, and he pulls it out. Actually, it has writing underneath the hilt right here.
Does mine do this? I assume I would have known this. If not, I start twisting my hilt.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you realize that it like pulls up and twists and pulls off, and you're like, "Holy shit! What the fuck?" You've had this your whole life and never knew that. Not something that you would immediately go to, and you see things written on it in Elven, and
Which, as a side note, somebody did that to my actual swords once. They like took off I think it's called a pummel, and I was just like, "What are you doing?" And then you could.
Yeah, see, that's basically what Adalia was thinking. Like, what the fuck? It says, Amavet 1.
A-M-A.
I believe. Let me double check if I wrote it on. Give me actually 1 second. I think I put it in yours. Where's your handout? I gave you a handout for it, right?
Not beyond the picture of the dagger, no.
Okay, perfect. Says, oh, there we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure I have it written down right here, so I can do exact copy of it. Because you speak Elven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Oh, that's not what I wrote at all. I thought I said Amavat.
I realized I have notes in different places, so I was like, let me get the actual dagger instead of trying to remember what the dagger was, because I had it.
Okay, it says. Oh. Okay, what does the king say?
Mine says, well, I don't know. I can't actually read Elven, But
I mean, I assume I just reach out, like he pulls it out, and
Yeah.
I'm doing this to mine, and I'm gesturing like, "Can I see yours?"
yeah, he doesn't like hand it to you, but he does turn it, and you get to look at it. And his says, Daggerad, in Ancient Elven, and it says, 1.
So, in translated, would that be core bomb 1 instead of core bomb 2-1?
His says Daggerad, 1 space 1.
Spell the dagger red. Oh, fucking duh. That's his name.
His
Dagger
name
red
is, yeah.
1. What is Corbin 2-1?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well. Okay.
And it's in ancient Elven. So
Okay. I mean, that's enough information for me. I'm dazed, but I will now answer questions. I'm just staring at the Corbin. Specifically, I'm trying to figure out if the 2 and the 1 were carved after the Corbin, depending on like the tininess of the carving.
Yep. I'm going to move you back to general because at this time, the rest of the party is starting to run in.
I assume anything else that
I
wants
guess.
to ask me further questions about what's going on.
Yeah. At this point, is Ben back? By the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been talking.
Oh, sorry. I
Well,
was
your
I was in the
picture is
closet, so I didn't
black.
know.
I got you. You were in the closet? Sorry.
I was in the closet. Yeah.
We've all been there before.
So you see, the rest of you guys are starting to run in, and you see Adalia and King Daggerad, both with their daggers half open, staring and talking to each other. And this is after you guys are running through the hall.
Oh, what is? Okay. I like it. It's
But
getting
we'll
exciting.
wait for Ben to, or not Ben. We'll wait for Daniel to
Oh,
show up too.
Daniel's not here. Okay. Somebody's about to die.
They have
Hang on,
their
I
like
wanna
hilts
answer on that
off.
question. Where's
Dude, I'm
the,
about to become the new king. I swear.
You're like maybe 10th in line for the throne.
Nah,
No,
man.
that's still pretty high up.
Not if I say that he put me in charge.
All right, Vivian
His
/
dying wish.
Paco.
Exactly. Don't use any other spells on him.
You and the rest of you guys are all running in, and you see Adalia talking right now with Daggerad right on the end of this hallway where that guard was on the top of the stairs in that little foyer area. And they right now both have their daggers they're out, but they're like looking at them both respectively. They're looking at each other's as well as their own, and they have like the hilts off of them and stuff, and they're talking as you guys are running up.
Do these daggers look suspiciously like the ones we found in the king's back?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
What is happening? Or let me do that again in more urgency. What is happening?
Calm
Just how
down,
you talk to the
Sylvius.
king?
We're just talking here. Adalia already informed me of everything that happened in there. I've sent guards to go get Lokoth and bring in a group of military combatants to bring Lucia in.
Sir,
Lokoth
with
is
all-
the military general. He's also on the council, and you do know him as well. Again,
Wait.
briefly, you're not on the council, Sylvius, so
Yes,
you
I
just on the outside you kind of know who these people are, but that's
I know.
about it.
Remind me of my peasantry. I get it. Damn.
Woo!
Not doing this quietly? You're sending military personnel to apprehend a suspect?
Sir, with all due respect,
Jesus.
I agree with the Witcher. We need to call this off. We do not have enough information.
I mean, she doesn't know anything that's going on. All I recommended was that they go bring her to the castle to ask some questions. She's loyal to the king. She'll be loyal to the king.
But if
She's young, isn't she?
If she
Going
also
after her-
murdered the previous king, my father, then I don't want to have any doubts that I'm doing the right thing. I am sending a military combatant to bring in the potential murderer of my father.
Send us.
My lord, with all due respect, she is potential. She can. Our conclusions, one of our conclusions is that she is being framed. If we go and capture her now, we will only be playing into the hands of those who framed her. We need to wait.
Go catch that other man and stop him.
Wait, who ran?
Savitar?
Nothing.
Savitar?
Bring her in for questioning.
Wait, who ran?
He's telling there's another guard in the room, and he's telling him to go get somebody. You have no idea what he's talking about, but a guard runs out and runs down the stairs.
Oh, Vivian's actually role playing this.
And the king looks at you, Savitar, and he says, "You said send you in. I trust my gut instinct on this. I trust you guys. What do you think is the right call?"
I think you should see all the evidence we have first. Adalia merely has... I'm going to glance through, not giving away any information, what she has, but others, all of us have something.
We also have one... how do I put this? We have the element of surprise.
Indeed.
The person who, if Lucia is being framed, the person who is framing her do not know that we know this information, or at least he doesn't know we know it now. If we go and jump in guns blazing is not a phrase here. If we go in swords, arrows flying, if we go in arrows flying, you will only lose the city. Trust me. You see those people outside. If Lucia fights back, if the royal district falls apart, the city will burn. We need to do this discreetly, my king, with all due respect.
I am having the guard come back. He is not to inform Lokoth.
Thank you.
And Vari, can you send a sending to a man if I describe him?
Yeah. Yes.
I have his...
I think all I need is the name, so yes, I should be able to.
His name is Chavis.
I can send a sending to whomever you need.
Tell Chavis to stand down. Tell him that his king commands it for him to come back. Plans have changed.
And I think to myself, so he is impulsive.
I'll send that.
Okay.
Just to make sure, there's no one else besides the king in the room and us, right?
Currently, yes, there isn't. There were two guards. One of them went away when Adalia showed up, and then the other one just left to go get the other one. So currently, it's just the king and you guys.
Fuck, King, can you trust those two you just sent?
Enough.
Enough? Enough is not enough.
Do I trust those two?
Enough.
Do I trust those two?
At this point, you don't really know who to trust. And when you ask that, he says, "To be honest, I don't know anymore."
Oh, fucking kids, I swear to God. My king.
Your Grace, and I'll hold up a hand to Savitar real quick. Have we earned your trust?
Hold on here, ma'am. Hold on. Okay. Witcher talking. Before the woman speaks to you, quick and to the point. This master of coin, do you trust her?
I did. As much as I could.
As much as you could.
I don't trust anyone that could have been involved. I know you guys couldn't have been.
And on that note, we have done...
Vivian. I'm loading a crossbow bolt and sinking into the shadows. May I roll a stealth check, please?
Yes, you can. This is well-lit area, so you are stealthing at a 27. I am sorry. You are still stealthing. Once I'm assuming you're going down to hunt the guards.
I'm just looking for very suspicious shit. I'm assuming
This part of the castle has torches and stuff everywhere, so this part is well lit.
Columns, pillars, anything along those lines. If there's a front entrance to this room, any way that I can block line of sight to that, that's where I'm hiding.
Sure. There's a staircase coming up that you can hide behind one of the benches if you want.
I'm watching that like a hawk.
He could theoretically
the only way up here is the staircase, at least the only way you know of. And then there's the entryway that you guys came through, which, unless they climbed up through windows or something, that's it. And then the other side, you've only explored so much, so you're not really sure.
Right.
But
okay, so with an ominous, I'm going to stealth and then just whisper, Vivian, if you need me, holler. And then...
Okay.
Very well. I do think that we have proven ourselves based on the parameters you sent us here for.
You have so far, yes.
I feel that, for one thing, and I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts
Okay.
on him.
On
Just-
him being the king? Okay.
Yeah, as per the discussion, my request in the past.
Are you casting that at me? Because we still haven't found the murderer.
No, but the circumstances under which I am hoping to discover something may be coming up very shortly. Feel free to resist it if you do not trust us, but I'm going to start asking you questions, and your thoughts are not what I'm looking for here. But, and I'll turn to Sylvius. Your Grace's mother, she was the king's widow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And we're thoroughly certain of that?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Okay. I don't think... I feel like somebody else on the council is behind this. This woman, Lucia, she had everything in thanks to your father. Even in a fit of jealousy, many would call her a prostitute, based on what we have learned. Not that I am. But if everything we have learned is accurate, she holds her station primarily due to her feminine touch. And it would be hypocritical of her to murder the king over dealings with other prostitutes. None of this fits in my mind.
What are you talking about?
Ramblings, sire. I don't know what Adali already shared with you. I'm making assumptions on your knowledge, but none of that is as pertinent as where I'm going with this.
Sylvius, do you still have that dagger? Can I see it?
Someone on your council, I think, stands to benefit with her fall. I'm not certain of this, and I'm not claiming she is innocent with absolute certainty, but I think she has less to gain from this than someone else has to gain by her downfall. Who in your council has shown disdain towards her, if anyone?
I'm not sure. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You told me to stop. I'm sorry. You said to stop worrying about what you were saying. You did say that, so. Also, he says, we probably should talk somewhere a little bit more private then.
I can agree with that.
And let's go into my map quarters.
As your grace commands.
And he takes you guys back. And when you were detecting thoughts, you detected that his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking of his father, and then he was thinking of he started thinking of Lucia a little bit, and he was like, and I don't think it gives you an image, but he was just trying to, he's putting things together. You could tell that his thoughts were rambling.
No, but I think it would give me, and I can click it to put it out here, but I think it would give me general, like, a feeling. So, like, if he was thinking about her, was he feeling anger? Was he feeling...
it was anger. It was anger for
that's
sure.
what I'm guessing, yeah. Okay. As we're walking onwards, I will say yes, that question was geared towards you, Your Grace. Who on your council, if anyone, showed disdain towards Lucia?
Everyone.
Every single person?
Everyone hates her.
As I'm reading his thoughts, do I take this to be true?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
When I grabbed the dagger, Eric, I started unscrewing it. Or if it does.
You try the same method, it does not do that. It is all built as one solid piece with basically it makes a little cage around a stone or some sort of a it's an aquamarine stone that's kind of caged in by this metal dagger. But it's all one forged piece around it.
All right, Sylvius, you take it back.
Thank you.
As you're walking back to the map quarters, you walk in, he closes the door. You were talking about Lucia.
Oh, just to preference, I am there with the king.
Yes, yeah, you are.
Okay.
All of you guys are.
Presumably everybody here, yeah. Is.
Okay.
Oh, my back? I'm not under the stairs.
Well, we started walking.
I guess
to
you
room.
might not have been. Yeah, they were all walking away. So if you wanted to stay there, you can.
I mean, do I have line of sight on them or?
Yeah, they're walking back to the map room, which is where you guys were talking initially.
All right.
The closed quarters.
The 6. So very, Mission Impossible style. Just following them backwards.
All right.
I don't get. Should I just make like a base perception check just to keep an eye on things?
Sure. Go for it.
Do.
Okay. Yeah,
bad.
you're watching, you're making sure everything's safe. You're not hearing anyone yet. And when the king closes the door, he says, "Invari, did you send that message?"
I did send that message, sir.
Did you receive any word back? I didn't know if you had sent it because you never said you were going to send it. So
I did.
I
did say I was going to send it.
Fuck.
Okay, well, I don't remember it. Anyway, they did give you a response back, and they said, "Okay, we will meet back in that same foyer." So yeah.
Yes, King. He sent back saying he's going to meet back at the foyer.
Good. Excellent.
Foyer.
Excellent. Vivian, why you look different? You're. Can you go back to your normal, or at least the way I met you?
I am back as Vivian.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I had said
missed you changing.
Yeah, as we were talking before we left the room, I went back to Vivian.
Got it. Okay. He says, you mentioned that Lucia may be some sort of a whore?
No, merely a figure of speech.
Well,
and
mean, she is a whore. Well, she was.
Keep that.
As in, are you saying that was her profession prior to her appointment?
Yes, she was part of the Patrona Guild. I think she still technically is part of it.
Ooh, bitch. Is that why people hated her?
Yes. They saw her as a gold digger.
And who better to...
I knew she did something with the king at
Did
one
gold,
point, but
who better to guard the coins of the realm than one who mines for it?
A poor choice, in my opinion. How did she take this position of power, if you don't mind?
My father's just gave it to her after the previous one went missing. They were missing for about a week or so, and we never recovered or found the body. It's been over a year, still no one has come up.
Who was this dude that went missing?
His name was Barman.
Barman.
Yeah.
Was his profession a barman?
Ha
Hilarious.
He was a human. You do know he was a human, and he was actually fairly decent as a master of coin. People tended to like him. He threw parties for the poor, had festivals and stuff. And he actually got a lot of revenue from that, and he got the kingdom up and got them quite a bit of money for the whole kingdom. Other than that, you don't really have enough other knowledge, but you do know that he went missing at some point over a year ago, and
Do we have records?
never heard from him. Yeah, there's records, and you know that there's records and for
Of,
all
like-
sorts of stuff like this. Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna have to
How
check
did-
those out later.
How did Lucia do? How is she doing as Master of Coin? Has she done wrong by her post?
She's making the kingdom quite a bit of money. She's making herself quite a bit more, it feels like.
Interesting. Vivian, do you know of this woman, this Lucia, before? Perhaps another alias or just physical description of her? She sounds quite, well, powerful in her abilities that she's able to take up the mantle of Master of Coin so quickly.
I assume, based on the fact that you're not giving me a role, that I do not know her or know of her.
I'm sorry, I was typing something. No,
Of Lucia, do I know of her as a fellow Patrona member? It's fine.
You can give me a history roll.
Sure.
Would I have heard anything? I don't know if I was
No,
in this
you
region
wouldn't,
at this
Daniel.
time. About like any bounties on him? No.
For Barman?
Yeah.
None that you're aware of. Yeah, you don't
Much
really
sus.
keep up with general politics of most people or of most areas. You
Well,
kind
yeah, I
of
was-
meander, so yeah.
I was thinking the matter of coin because Master of Coin sounds pretty important.
Yes. Your guess is there was search parties, but I mean there wasn't anything for small folks. That tends to be what most of the bounties and stuff are for, is for not big military combatant stuff.
Right.
So, no, Sevatar, I do not know of her. All Patrono Guild members do not know each other.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
It's a very big guild.
It's very large. It's probably the largest guild.
But, back to my question. You say that she was making a lot of money for herself. Do you believe her to be doing so illegally, Your Grace? Also, may I refer to you as Daggerad, or...
Daggerad is fine.
Wonderful.
Your Highness is fine as well. Whichever you prefer. In front of other people, why don't you refer to me as Your Highness? But
Certainly.
when we're in close quarters like this, Daggerad is perfectly fine.
Wonderful. Daggerad, do you believe her to be earning this gold for herself in an unjust fashion?
It's hard to say. I feel as if she's been getting it from maybe my father and slowly investing it. She is very smart. She's been doing quite a bit of good for the kingdom, it seems like. But I mean, everybody has a dark side. People can do good things for the wrong reason.
Certainly. How much do you know about your father's pastimes in his heyday?
You mean in the past, like the past few years? He had a lot of visitors, mostly women.
No, I mean prior to that. And while I'm saying this, I'm in his mind seeing if do his thoughts turn to the elves and his father's.
It actually goes into a little bit of a depression stage. His
Kids.
thoughts, his thoughts see basically you see little flashes of images type of deal, not of him feeling for his dad in a sad way. Like, yeah, that's about all Detect Thoughts would get you. But he is sad for his father.
Gotcha. No, Your Grace, what did he say, Majesty?
Your
that the one he
Grace,
said?
Your Majesty, Your Highness.
I'm not asking him. I was asking
Your
you
Highness is
which
what he
one
said.
Oh, Your Highness. Okay. Your Highness, I more so mean your father enjoyed certain sport at some point in his life.
He used to be a hunter, yes.
Yes. Now does his mind go to elf at all or no?
No, it goes to like game.
Okay, like normal hunting.
Like what you guys saw in the like
Wait,
elk,
Eric.
buffalo, shit like that.
Gotcha.
Eric.
Yes.
Okay, does the king know? Do I know that?
You are much older than the king currently, so you have a lot more memory.
Does he know about the elf hunting and stuff?
You don't know. It's not something that people really talked about. You do know the elf hunting ended, like
yes.
So, and that was before he was born.
Oh, so I can.
He's only 12. It ended like 20 years ago. Remember?
I can assume that he doesn't know.
Unless someone told him, he would theoretically not have reason to know.
Yeah. So
when you ask all those questions, Daniel, he's thinking as far back as he can remember. He's always been sad for his father.
Mm-hmm. But assuming, as you say, his mind never turns to the word like elf or any of that, no. Well, suffice it to say that there's some who don't think all of nature's creatures should be hunted with equal fervor. And it would seem that perhaps his choice of game did in fact change after a point in time. But that is ceasing to be in the same direction as the point. So, forgive me.
Vivian, I turn to the king and I say to the king, my king, I apologize for telling you this, and I apologize for keeping this a secret from you. Or not bringing up the subject with you. But your father...
He looks at you a little puzzled and a little worried right now.
Your father hunted elves for sport before you were born. And okay, did he also hunt other things? Like hunt other races? Or just elves?
I mean, it was other races too, but elves are the primary second group of races.
And by other races, I assume you mean not humans, though?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Your father hunted elves for sport.
And the second Detect Thoughts ends, I'll recast it.
Okay. It's ended probably by now.
Okay. I'll cast it
Well,
again.
how long what's the duration?
1 minute. So
Yeah.
I apologize.
You're probably
if you
on
did
your
not-
second casting already, to be honest.
Sounds good.
I say to him, I apologize for telling you this harsh news. However, for the context of things, you need to know this.
He's starting to try to process everything that you're telling him right now. And he's like, my father hunted elves? Why? Why would he do that? And now he's a little sad.
You see, my grace, our kind. I'm gonna
So
pull my
our
hood back
peers
just a
out of the
little
shadows.
bit, just a little bit of a pointed ear, just kind of a little bit, just pulled away the hood.
Are you sure you're not a halfling? I'm slaying. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I'm offended by this whole conversation.
Let's say that our kind haven't exactly been accepted by the humans, and unfortunately, probably never will be.
Adalia and Sevatar, can you make me a history check? Sevatar with advantage, because you're much older.
Yes, sir. Natural 20.
20. You know that Sintra was built among the ancient elven ruins, along with most of this area. Sintra being one, Atreyu being another. Elves used to own this land, and this was full-on not skyscraper, but like large-ass buildings, full-on world that was taken over when the opening happened, or the release of all these creatures. At that time, humans took advantage of that and actually destroyed a lot of elves and took over their territory. So this was hundreds of years ago type of deal when the elves used to be here. But that kind of emotion has been with certain groups of people still thinking that they're superior. And elves kind of overall are treated pretty shittily compared to most, compared to human.
Do I know what Dahlia's? Sorry. Do I know what Dahlia's an elf?
Proud of my elf heritage. Thank you. Fuck you.
Yeah, you'd be. Yeah, Sevatar, you are an elf, but you're
I guess
kind of
I'm
like.
also not entirely sure.
Yeah.
I'm
Sevatar,
tall at 20 years.
You are an elf, but the mutations have fucked with you so much that technically you're an elf still, just like technically Corzo is a human, but
okay, I got you.
You would be treated like shit in both sides.
Right, yeah.
You're not really either.
Yeah.
But the point still stands, and he does take that into he thinks about that, and I would like to apologize formally for my father's actions to both of you. And to you as well, Vivian. I don't know, you're a changeling, but I don't know what that falls under. And while I'm at it, to you as well, Invari, I'm sure he's mistreated dwarves as well.
We live a very long time.
Unfortunately,
can't imagine he's affected many.
It's fair, but in fact, I'm gonna make a formal apology tomorrow morning.
My king.
Wish to do that.
I don't. How we should not have large groups or a large gathering.
Because of the corona.
It's about time I spoke to my people. It's about time I told them who is actually in charge. And about time I took control over the city. I've been trying to figure out what my father did and how my father died, and I realized my father died an asshole. I need to right his wrongs.
With all due respect, sir, he also lived as one.
Yes.
I'm gonna look at Sylvia very briefly, like, oh man.
He turns and looks at you like, how dare you insult my father? And he gives you that look for a second, and then he goes, you're right,
I
Sylvius.
give him the older brother look.
Yeah, he's like, you're right. He was an asshole. He was always a drunk asshole. All those memories of me being sad for him. It's his own damn fault.
Pat him on the back.
If I may, I have a thought. From what I hear, he had ceased such huntings in recent times. So much so that you had not even heard of them, it would seem. He might have been on the path to redemption, and that could be a part of why he was killed.
Maybe for that, but he was abusive. He mistreated his own people. He was not a good leader, and I don't want to be known as somebody like him.
Good.
I want to be known as better than him.
That is a good legacy to work towards, Your Grace, Your Highness.
All of them are acceptable, Vivian, but I do appreciate it.
You're already off to a better start than he is.
So
You're alive.
I still want to know who killed my father, because whoever did it, they did it for a reason.
Agreed. Who is your foreign minister? Who in your council is in charge of dealings with other nations?
That is mostly Daxid, as well as a little bit of Lokoth. They share the responsibility. We don't have a formal person that we send in right now. We used to have one, but that was long ago.
They also
How long ago?
I don't know, maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago at this point.
Who
We've
were they
been
and
pretty
why-
secluded.
Who are they and why are they no longer in that post?
Died of old age. His name was Fadur. Fadur.
Okay.
Father was a father.
That
So-
Fadur was a Fadur.
Was
What an invocation.
father.
So, between Daxid and Lokoth, which of them, if not both, has stronger or more frequent dealings with kingdoms like, say, Nilfgaard?
Nilfgaard would be probably Lokoth for the most part.
Okay. How does he feel about Nilfgaard and his dealings with them?
I don't know. I haven't asked.
Is
Things
his
I am
relationship
unaware
with,
of.
is his relationship with them one of war as the military leader of your council?
I have no idea what his relationship is with Nilfgaard. We haven't even talked about them in the meetings. They've mostly been trying to catch me up of what has happened and what I need to do. I think they actually do extra things on the side and they completely ignore what I say, which is time for that to change too.
Certainly. But you're confident those two are your primary liaisons with other nations?
They would be, yes.
Wait, have we told the king that that we found the Nilfgaard spear?
We have not. I do not know if Adalia has.
No. But why did you bring up Nilfgaard?
I'm curious about. They are one of your closest neighbors, if my
Yes,
geography
that's
knowledge
correct.
is correct. Wonderful.
They're just past the Amal Mountains. I believe it's the Amal Mountains. I said a name and then I realized that might not be accurate.
Then it would
Hey, I was right. Just past the Amal Mountains.
it would go to follow that Nilfgaard stands the most to gain from a vulnerable Sintra. If that's where we are.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
there was a pause, so I was like,
Would I be able to roll perhaps a history check on that, seeing as given
Yeah.
my background?
Yeah, go ahead. You're okay. I gave you advantage on this. It's pretty common knowledge. The Amal Mountains is what basically separates Nilfgaard from the rest of the Northern Realms. It's this pretty large, and I'll jump to the map so you can kind of see it. It's all the way on the bottom here. It's this very large mountain range that stretches from here all the way across basically the whole bottom of the coast. And the only way really in is through ships up and around and this small trail here. It's literally the so Sintra would be the first place if there was any kind of a war or any kind of thing like that that would get destroyed through the Nilfgaard, because once they control Sintra, they actually have a way out into the rest of the Northern Realms, excluding. So Sintra is basically the main defense. The Nilfgaard is down here in this area right here. if you're looking at the map with me.
Yeah.
Did you
take notes?
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, it's just down here. So they have the options of going all the way this way and up and around, but there's nothing really over here because Tussanen is not a very bustling city that has connections to all these different things. Sintra is mostly a pretty fucking large hub down south. So if they could control Sintra, they could control quite a bit of export output, imports, exports, and a very large chunk of navy as well as military and all that, and they can stretch to all these different places from there. So that would be the key point.
So with my 17 history, do I get most of that, if not all of it? As well?
Yeah. I believe that's pretty common knowledge that's the way Sintra is built with that whole mountain range.
Okay.
It is a key protective spot, and that
you
were told that at the very beginning, and that's why the shipments, you guys took the whole shipment there, because
Yes.
Yeah.
I was mostly asking if I knew that for the primarily vulnerable by ocean part, which is going to, when I get that sort of brain blast, I'm gonna ask Dagrad. Do you have a master of ships, admiral, anything of that?
Yes, there is. I don't know him by name, but
Akbar.
Lokoth is in charge of all military people,
Which would include the navy.
which would include the navy as well. Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. I Dagrad.
Vivian. before I
Also, there's
forget.
currently a deal that's trying to go down. We're trying to get quite a few. Well, Lokoth is mostly in charge of this dealing going down with. Excuse me a second while I jump to see the name of it again.
Well, God's busy,
Skellig.
Vivian. I'm gonna toss you the little vial of Oogie Boogie blood that we took.
I will catch it.
He's-
Dagrad,
Yes.
is not now a time that God would be speaking to you normally?
Feels like he is.
And I'm at that point going to probe deeper and say, please do not resist.
Oh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead you. It feels like he is through you guys.
Motherfucker. I'll say that under my breath. I will say that. But I will still have probe deeper as soon as he said that, and had said do not resist. Does he resist?
He doesn't, and you see a large military fleet with Skellig flags rising, as that's what he was literally just thinking about.
Okay. And then he'll say that, and I'll say the son of a bitch. No, I mean more so literally, Your Grace. Would he not be now? This, you said he typically shows up in moments of extreme importance.
Yes.
I think such a discussion as this would warrant his intervention, would it not? Not that I am judging your divine entity.
No, for I don't have any control over it, so I don't know
Of course.
why.
In that same vein, and I'll recast it right now if you think it's nearing its duration.
Oh
again.
yeah, it's fucking. Technically, it's lasted way longer than, but whatever.
Okay. I have now spent the
Okay.
second level. Is there, whenever you have these thoughts, who's there? Is it typically in your council meetings?
Yeah.
And I am still theoretically probing.
Yes.
So-
I don't know exactly how it works, but we'll say you just get little flashes. You see the whole council sitting there, and at this point, I will send a picture of all of them that I have pictures for.
Sure.
Holy Jesus, Detect Thoughts is stupidly long.
It is,
yeah.
yeah.
So you see him. You see.
Is Dax a dwarf?
that-
Or no.
you see
what a whore.
this
Luca.
Lucia. Yeah.
Right, Lucia whore.
Hey, look.
I know to fray you.
You see this person.
That guy looks like the owner of the dagger.
He looks like the guy I'm about to ask my next question about.
And then you
He's
see
suspect.
that person.
Lokoth. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He was the one I was looking forward to seeing.
Yeah.
But so as I asked this, and his mind goes to the council.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna double check if there's anyone else that would have. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's basically his council, advisors and stuff.
Bust.
Bless you.
I'll
They all
pop
look
them up
like a
so
bunch of-
other people can kind of
Bless you,
see them too,
Dahlia.
Sure.
Has
for
COVID.
viewers and stuff.
The Rona.
Yeah.
Miss.
So the main difference between the surface level probing and the deeper probing is I would now have information based on like something that looms large in his mind, something as such as something he worries over, loves, or hates.
It seems very much like worry of all of these people.
Okay, as he's thinking about them when I ask that question. Okay. I have a metagame thing. I'm going to whisper you. It's not. I'm not metagaming, but I'm gonna really quickly.
Can't get in shot.
But in the meantime, I will also ask you in character to the king. Who is this man? And I describe Rolam, and I say, "What can you tell me of this man? You have not mentioned him thus far."
That's
Did
Roland.
want it. Love.
He's our network person. He's one of the
It's like, what are you
creepiest.
doing?
I don't know where he lives. I don't know where he comes from. But if I need to summon him, I know how to do that. It's
And how do
super
you do
weird. We light a candle and put it on the top window right over there. And he points.
Is there a candle currently lit up there?
There is not. No.
Okay.
There's just like candles around and stuff, and we just put this candle up there.
And then a black raven
Oh,
appears.
I know. It's just
The eyed wave.
In
But
Oregon,
obviously, I'm
starts
not going to let that
playing.
influence my anything. But so he says that, and I'm immediately like, "All right, that's an extremely odd way to." Are there any other council members that you summon in such a fashion? Perhaps the good sorceress.
no.
No?
Everybody else, I know where they are. I could go get them at any point in time, or I can send other people. Rolam's always been a mystery. He's a dark elf, and somehow he's on this council. He's got a lot of people in his network that he knows. I don't really
What
know
is
if
his role?
He's
His
our
title.
information. He's the network master is his title.
Okay. Well, I'm
he
not
knows
one.
people.
I am not one to judge a book from their cover. I am a book with many covers. I know that such thinking is very narrow-minded. But I think either Rolam or Lokath. I think we want to talk to them in the presence of others. But
I was just like, what? And then I realized, oh, you mean like in a public space.
or with many other council members present, sort of thing. But so what's the smallest number of people in a room that you have had direct words from your god that you can recall?
The smallest amount of people?
Yes. And who were those people, if you can remember?
It was probably just before I had Sylvia summon you. And that was Naiferu, Sylvius, Daxid was not there, and then
Some lady that's
Philippa and Radcliffe.
There we go.
Freyu, Philippa.
But I don't know if,
Radcliffe.
yeah, I don't know
And
if
Sylvius.
that was why or if it was just a connection to get you to come to me.
Certainly. And you've never heard this voice alone?
No, not. I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And
I haven't kept track of it.
I'm theoretically still in his mind. Again, I can burn another spell slot if you need. What am I getting as I'm asking these?
He's like flashing through trying to think of all of these different memories, and you're just seeing like split images quickly, and different people that happen to be in the room. Sometimes it's the whole council, sometimes it's not, sometimes they're different people every time. You know, it's not any set in stone thing.
Yeah.
And he's like, none
So
of them
there's never been a constant person present?
not
everyone?
necessarily, no.
Okay.
As you see
As I'm
them,
seeing
sometimes it's like they're just rotating groups and
Okay.
stuff.
Damn. I was hoping to hear the voice of a god myself, Your Grace.
I'm
But it seems we will not be so fortunate tonight.
sorry to disappoint you.
That's okay. I've lived and seen many things. I've lived much and seen many things, but it's not often one can claim to hear a god.
It's not something you want either.
Not even just the once.
No. It's not a pleasant sound.
Whoa, what an
What is
answer.
it? What is it like?
Depends on the god, I'm guessing.
It's almost like somebody forcing you to do something.
Have you ever listened to hours of Tool on loads of salvia?
I have not.
Someone forcing you to listen. Could you elaborate, Daggerad?
It's almost like something in the back of your mind whispering thoughts into your head, like somebody plotting something in your ear.
Like a meadow, reminding you of all that is good in the wilderness to protect.
Maybe, but for me, it doesn't feel like that.
No,
Feels
I think
like more.
I know what you mean.
Okay.
I think I know what you mean. And I stroke my beard that I grow on the spot.
Yeah, you have a similar connection, and you're like, I understand what you're saying.
Huh. You have given me much to think on. Your wisdom is beyond your years, Your Grace.
Thank you.
Let's hope that this compulsion, your god's voice, is truly guiding you in the correct direction.
So you're going to bring in Lucia, or how are you going to talk to her to try to figure out the murder?
Well, I think we have multiple suspects. I can speak to Lucia with support in the wings. I can go to her in several ways, assuming she knows nothing of me. I have options at my disposal, as you well know. Perhaps I can reach out to the guild to set up a meeting for me.
Still don't see why we don't just apprehend her and bring her in.
She does currently own the Gold's Dust. If that's your way in, she owns the place.
So she may already know I'm in town. You say she is smart.
Maybe. She might.
That puts me at a slight disadvantage, but I think it is still Adalia, I do not wish to ignore you.
It's okay.
I am increasingly beginning to suspect that she is not the killer. Perhaps it is from one woman's heart to another that I have a softness towards her, but it sounds like, her origins aside, she has been working hard to benefit the kingdom and its people. And I look to Daggerad as I say that for his reaction and response.
He's just kind of like watching and listening and seeing you talk to the different people. Then
No way.
kind of what he was doing when the whole council, when the other group was in here at the map room just talking.
Gotcha.
Hey, Daggerad, does this place have a guest room? Feet are getting tired standing.
There are some rooms here, but I think the best thing to do would to not stay here. If you stay here, it'll be a little... People might
Suspicious.
question.
Nobody knows who I am.
Yes, people know who you are. In fact, Nefreru, Daxid, and Radcliffe, and Philippa know exactly who you are.
Now, when
That's
you
true,
say
but-
you, do you mean the royal
I mean, they
you?
don't know
And I-
exactly who you are, but
Aren't they loyal to the king? What's the problem with them knowing who I am?
I don't trust any of them.
Good. You'll live longer.
Well, you trust me, so wouldn't you want me near you? Let my business with Radcliffe be my business with Radcliffe.
If you stay here, then that puts a mark on you. Potentially. Or puts a mark on myself. If
There's
people think
already a mark on your head,
think
King.
that you guys are trying to research into this murder, then whoever murdered my father may come after you as well. And personally, I'd rather not be in the way of that.
And Vari,
Yes.
is the ability to see the unseen within your grasp currently?
I'm not able to see invisible things.
Why do I pay you anything?
My king, if
Wow.
you will excuse us, can I speak to them in private?
To them,
Yes.
I figure anything you're gonna say to them, you can say to me as well.
Big oof.
Not this
Um,
time, I'm afraid.
I'm going to turn to Sylvius.
Give me a
and-
persuasion.
I'm his older brother. He better listen.
I
Well, I'm
mean,
not his
you're-
older brother.
You're not
but-
his brother. You're his cousin, like third removed.
I know,
but-
I know.
I'm-
I know. Something
So-
I'm good at. Let's hope I don't fail. Hey!
Brother.
While it's happening, I was going to use my action to switch my detect thoughts to Sylvius. Not probing, just surface level.
I believe that's a wisdom save then.
No, just
okay.
switching to the surface level is an action on my part, but no save on him until I probe deeper.
All right. I would say you would have to recast it for that. It's definitely been more than the 3 minutes, but
Duration-wise,
I've
yeah,
been allowing.
I'll cast another.
It's definitely been like 45 minutes of talking, but
You got a nat 20 persuasion.
no, I know. Yeah, I mean that he's succeeding in that, but So what is your intentions, Cha? Surface level is what Vivian would get. So like hostile.
I'll tell you real quick. I learned the surface thoughts of you. What is most on your mind in this moment? It's like basically the next sentence you're about to say, I
Oh.
might hear, or things like that.
It's literally, I was thinking about the plan of you guys infiltrating
That's
Lucia
perfect.
and
That's all you
learning
needed.
more.
Yeah. That's okay. Now you can continue with your persuasion.
He
check.
says, if this is for deniability, then I'm in agreement. If you need anything from me, I'll be in my chambers. Not all of you are welcome in there, but Sylvius, you are welcome to come in. Just keep me informed in the morning, but for now, I think it's time for me to get some sleep anyway. It's getting pretty late.
Rest well, my king.
Sleep well. my
Any other
king.
questions from you guys before you have your private meeting?
secretly, I'd like to use my bonus action to move my hunter's mark onto old Daggerad here.
Okay.
Just in case he gets nabbed in the middle of the night.
Okay. Did you cast it as a 3rd level or?
I only have, I think it was 1st level. You're not able to do that at first?
It
It's
only
just
lasts
an
for an
hour.
hour.
Oh, I
At
thought
this
it was
point,
the
it's
8 hour.
At this point, it's probably
Okay.
starting to wear off.
No, I thought it was the 8 hour.
Yeah, you're good. At 3rd levels, you can do it.
So I'll make a weird hand gesture at him. It's a Witcher thing, don't mind it.
Do you actually cast a spell?
No, I don't.
No, okay.
No,
You were
because-
going
no,
to, and you're like,
It
oh wait,
was
never
to
mind.
move Hunter's
Okay,
mark to him.
got it. I wasn't
So,
sure if you were
yeah.
gonna actually recast it right now, because you can.
No. I was just like, waving my hand like, oh, fuck, never mind. Oh, it's just a Witcher thing, don't worry about it.
He says, all right, anyone else have a
I'm
question
not
for
worried
me?
about it.
Besides Sylvius and those of us in this room, who would you say you can trust most? And I'll go back to reading his thoughts.
Images of Daxid keep coming up.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting for his response. If he's
Oh yeah, he's like, sorry.
It's okay.
He's like, I want to say Daxid, but I don't. Part of me is like, why? Why is he here?
And frankly, if
know.
I may, why did
Yeah.
he serve your father? If your
That's-
father was the man that we all know him to be.
That's what I'm wondering. He has the least power in terms of cash. So why
if
would
he-
he have stayed? He's making the least. I don't know. Seems strange. In
What do
terms
I
of
know
just
about-
sheer power, as in like influence and stuff, he has the least influence. He's the hand of the king, but it seems like since the king has died, he's lost most of that power.
Oh, yeah.
What do I know about Daxid? He could just be loyal for all I know.
I will tell you in just a second.
No worries. No
Um,
worries.
He's a paladin. He swore to protect the kingdom long ago. He's a
Of
human
Sintra,
male
or-
of Sintra, yeah.
Okay. And is Sintra belongs to? Is it its own nation or? Is
Sintra
it
is its own nation. Atreus is kind of part of Sintra.
Got it.
Yeah.
So his oath was to Sintra.
Yes, his oath was to Sintra. So that's about all you know, Sylvius.
Okay.
Okay, so not to the king, but to Sintra.
Yes.
Okay.
And he says, without any further questions, I leave you this room for now. Don't stay in here too long. But Sylvius knows the way out. And then he takes the map and he wraps it up, as well as the rest of the papers that were kind of in there. And he takes them and carries them out.
Daggerad,
Yes.
who is the man that you had Anvari send word to?
He was one of the 2 guards.
Yeah, his name
They
was...
should be back by now, right?
Well, they went back to the hall, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Chavis. S-H A-V-E-S. V-I-S, I'm sorry.
SHAVES?
I-S.
I-S. Okay. And he was one of the guards that the king had
Ass.
sent?
Yes.
Okay.
What a douche.
Okay. I take it that if you're posting them to guard the site of your father's murder, you might trust them more than some other guards, perhaps?
More
Or
than
is it
some
just-
other guards, yes. They made an oath to me, not my father, not to the kingdom. They made an oath to me when I was young, so I trust
And
them.
Who else was this, my king?
Oh, Shavis and you son of a bitch. God damn it! Where is it?
If you don't know your guards' names, that concerns me greatly.
And Nitlix.
Nitlix. Nitlix.
Nitix. Nitix. Nitix.
Apostrophe.
Not Nitlix. Nitix.
Got it.
That's better.
What's wrong with Nitlix?
I'm pretty sure many a customer has requested it.
Oh, yes. Oh, ancient dwarven tradition.
I'm sure the king has requested multiple times. The old one, that is.
Yes. Oh, to have been a whore in this kingdom. Have a good night, Your Grace. Daggerad.
And he nods to you and then heads out.
What a prick.
I feel like his disdain towards me and my kind is not of his own origin. I feel like Nefreyu might be whispering in his ear. That cunt.
Indeed. He's young. Speaking of pricks, I'm going to turn to Adalia. What were you doing with the daggers?
Comparing the
Yes, I too
Speaking
am.
of pricks.
I too am curious about why you were ready to draw on your weapon on the king.
You adults in your jumping to conclusions. We were simply comparing makers of our blades.
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
Not that I don't
And you
trust
can roll it to GM only if you would like to roll deceptions or anything like that.
No.
You believe him.
Oh, okay. I guess I won't roll.
Oh, that was Sylvius. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No, that was
Sevatar.
me. That was me.
I'm sorry. I saw an S and then I saw another one.
Yeah, 20, so 22.
You believe him.
Interesting.
Or her. I'm sorry. You believe her.
It's a lie. It's a him.
I'm going to give her the old squinty eyes as if Dad knows you stolen from his liquor cabinet, but can't prove it yet.
I go.
If you recall,
Just your regular look, especially.
it was
through
a
that
dagger
hood,
and then the
Savitar.
hilts were literally removed off of them. Both of them.
Okay.
I like
With
to
the
go
whole
out.
handle and everything.
Ooh,
So it wasn't like they could really
So the-
attack each other.
So the dagger was not unsheathed. It was the hilt that was removed.
Yeah.
Oh, I
I
thought
mean,
they
they
were
were kind of
unsheathed,
also
my bad.
unsheathed as well.
Fully or partially?
I don't know about
Oh, you gotta
Adalia's.
look at the
The
blade.
King's was fully out of the sheath.
Correct.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Hey,
Unsheathed.
nice. I go out in the
I
hallway to
see
check
what
if there's
you're
any
asking
guards.
for, Daniel.
No, I was just curious because I feel like if Adalia was going to stab the king, she would be stabbing the king.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I mean, that would have been the time,
Right,
theoretically. The lowest number of guards around,
Right.
Sylvius included.
Yep. I go in the hallway to check if there's any guards around.
You don't see anybody right there.
Okay, that's good enough. I close the door. And
Yeah,
I
you
search
like
that.
you look left and right. You don't see anyone.
I
You're
make
welcome
sure
to
it's
make a
quiet.
perception.
Yes, please. All I spot is a rat. Quite literally. Okay.
May I join him in that?
Yeah.
I don't feel safe here at all.
Hey, I go
Yeah,
blind,
Sylvius,
baby.
you look left and right, you don't see anyone. Sevatar, you look left and right, you don't see anyone, and then you hear from like down the hall, around the corner, pretty far away, but you hear a small cough.
My last... Sorry.
Fingers to lips. I'm going to, shush Sylvius and pull the crossbow and gently sneak and peek.
You look down the hall, you don't see anyone.
My last casting of Detect Thoughts, is it still active?
Yeah.
I'm going to use its other function and try to find thoughts in the room that don't belong to one of the people I can see.
What's the range?
5. I have no idea.
30 feet.
30 feet?
The spell can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of any metal other than lead, or a thin sheet of lead blocks you.
So 30 feet?
And if it is a stupid, very, very stupid invisible thing, I cannot do this. But in 3 or higher, 4 or higher, and within 30 feet, I can attempt to.
You detect none other than the personnel in here.
With my 18 passive perception, unless you want me to roll an active one to have heard that cough.
You could have heard it with the passive. Yeah.
Okay.
Because the door is open, you heard it.
All right, I'm gonna skulk into the hall rather hastily, hence why it's that low, I'll say. But still at stealthing speed. And try to detect thoughts before the spell ends as I move towards the sound of the cough.
Well, do we all get to do something first?
Sure.
Just saying, found the cough first.
That's fine.
Go for it.
I'm doing this with urgency before the spell ends because it's going to be ending soon. Within
This is
the next
probably
20
just
seconds.
the guard that coughed across the fucking castle.
Oh,
Hey,
almost
I can't
assuredly.
see him. I'm just saying.
Here-
So, I'm gonna whisper to Sylvius.
Here's the thing for me. My spell ends in like 24 seconds, like 4 rounds.
Oh, don't
I'm
worry,
using
you'll
it
have
before it's gone.
time. Someone's here. Can't see him. They're here. Get the others.
So do you go down the hallway towards the cough noise that you heard, Savitar?
Me?
Sorry.
No, I have my crossbow ready and
All
primed wherever that cough was. I ain't a frontliner.
Got it.
That could just be a guard.
Get the others. Oh, hi.
No
Vivian.
cough has ever.
I'll go
Does-
check.
Cough.
I go
Vivian,
check.
do you keep going? Sylvius, do you keep going?
Yes.
All right. You walk about 100 feet to the... you kind of like turn some corridors really quick, and then you see the top of the foyer. The 2 guards are standing still up there at the top, readying, or just kind of standing guard of the king's quarters. The previous king's quarters, where you guys were already.
It's just the guards.
And Vivian, you detect, when you get closer, you detect only their 2 heads. And then
Okay.
your spell fades.
Okay.
You're good.
And on the way there, because it's every round as an
Yeah,
action, I
nope.
can do this.
You didn't.
Nothing? Okay.
Nope.
All right. I will walk back to the room and shake my head like what Sylvius said. Probably just those guards. Although, quick question, Sylvius. How thick are these walls? And I'll kind of give a knock to the stone walls.
Oh, they're thick.
I'm not a stonemason. I can't
Good
answer that
answer.
question.
Good answer.
Come with me.
And Varek,
Eric, do we have a record room?
You do have a record
your
room.
people are studied in the ways of stone.
You know that it's open. The person that holds the records, they close it up and lock it all up every day at about 5, 6-ish. And at this
I
point,
have
it's
the-
running pretty late. You don't have a key, unfortunately.
Did the sound like it came from the guards, though?
Give me an intelligence check.
I'm a mason.
Intelligence.
I might know how thick the walls are.
Yeah, you would assume it came from the guards.
Okay.
I don't trust it. Some bitch is here. Somebody light the hallway on fire, please.
Or is any one of you what is it is or I don't know. Is any one of you an expertise in unlocking locked doors?
Bingo bango. You're looking at him.
Follow me.
I was like, with high enough passive insight, you could tell that I was about to raise my hand, but then when Savitar says that, I don't.
Oh, maybe I don't know.
We're gonna go to the records room,
Okay.
which is actually pretty safe now too, considering nobody's there. Okay.
No, we should take everybody here.
That's
Well,
we-
You know that typically it's Fitnix that is the one that is in control of the whole records room as a whole.
Wait,
What's the
who?
name?
Yeah, who is that?
Fitnix.
So not Nitix, it's Fitnix now?
Yeah.
Are they related?
Netflix,
Nope.
Netflix.
Netflix. Jesus.
Fitnix. Fitnick.
In
They are
charge,
unrelated.
records room. Okay.
Name like really.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are we there?
Yeah, it's not upstairs. It's actually down into the basement area. You do pass those guards as you're coming down if you're going to the records room.
Yep.
There are other guards standing at the front of the doors of the castle. And they see Sylvius and they just kind of acknowledge that you can roam most of the castle without any issue. So they don't question where you're going or anything like that. And you head down another corridor and what happened to the music?
I switched it to more corridor style.
Oh, it just stopped and I was like, my
it's
Discord
quiet.
cut out or
No. It's quiet castle corridor ambience.
yeah,
that's
you
all.
good. And you go down the stairs and it's kind of this dark, dusty area. There is no torches lit over there currently.
Oh, that's fine.
So those of you that have dark vision can see. Those of you that don't need some sort of light source going down in there.
I will cast light on myself.
Okay.
Wait, do I know if the records room is protected magically?
It has a protective barrier around it, so people can't just teleport willy-nilly in and out. There is a teleportation circle inside of there. You do know that, but you don't understand it really. You just know that there is one there.
That's fine.
And that's the only way to teleport in there. It's supposed to be pretty secure.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine enough.
Okay.
As we're walking,
But you don't know any of the lockdown procedures or anything like that.
Oh
Because
yeah,
this is not some place that you really ever go to at night. I mean, you can go in willy-nilly during the day, but at night there is a lockdown procedure, and most of the castle kind of follows their own lockdown procedures depending on the personnel.
Willy-nilly.
No one likes a nilly willy.
There could be dude. Probably okay. There probably might be like a fucking magical like I forgot what those things were called. Like those traps things that fucking explodes.
A magical alarm?
Mine?
Something like that.
Magical mine.
An
Do I
explosive
know
trap.
anyone with the keys?
Yeah, specifically Fitnick has them.
Do the king not have a master key?
The king does have keys to these things. I mean, he has
Why
access
would
to
the
them.
king have a key to anything? He's the
He
king.
has access to all of these things. He does not have them like on his person.
Ugh, God.
But he has access to whatever he needs whenever he needs it, type of deal.
The king owns Fitnick, therefore the king owns.
Yeah, he just goes and gets Fitnick, and Fitnick opens it up.
May I ask why we're heading down here? Sorry, Vivian, go ahead.
All right.
No, you can go ahead. I'll follow up though. I'll put a pin in that.
I may have made a miscalculation. That's my bad. I apologize. I thought the record rooms would be open. Unfortunately, I had a brain fart, and it's not. However,
I mean,
was just,
I told you specifically it wasn't.
I know. This is just like the character.
You even asked them, "Can anyone pick locks?"
I know. I did. I know. I'm
I'm
fucking
gonna turn to
stupid.
Anvari and shake my head.
Oh yes, and Bart.
I know.
Your acknowledgement of our resident dwarf reminds me. What can you tell me about these walls and their relative thickness, good Sir Anvari?
Go ahead and make me your check, Austin. It's advantage, and it uses intel.
Thickness check.
Just space intel?
Well, it uses your proficiency if you're proficient as well.
Ooh.
I'm proficient.
But you have advantage, so it didn't fucking matter. They're about about 2 feet, about 2 feet thick.
That's about 2 feet thick, Vivian.
Down here, at least, probably the outer side is closer to 3, maybe 3.5 foot thick.
When you say down here, do you mean in this area specifically, or
No,
just
kind of like in the inside of the castle.
okay.
It's only about 2.
Now, and I grab Anvari by the shoulders, both, like
You
firmly.
bitch slam.
No, I grab you by both shoulders firmly, and I'm like looking at you intently. Now, when you say about 2 feet, what are the odds of it being ever so slightly under? Tell me now.
I mean, there's probably small areas that are slightly under.
So you're saying 2 feet is the theoretical baseline here?
I'd say 2 feet is the baseline.
Curses. I'd punch the wall, but I need to keep my hands soft.
So you
Less than
smack
2
it.
feet matter.
Vivian, you get a ascending. I'll type it out to you.
Yeah. I'll be there, fuckboy. Calm down.
Fine. I won't even type it.
I hear the first word and I'm like, enough.
It just said, I'm waiting. How
I
did
more
you
or less,
know? Like, immediately.
I more or less say what I was going to say, except less rudely.
I can't believe you nailed that.
Don't think I don't know my appointments. Well, Sylvius, if there's nothing else, it may be best for us to retire for the evening.
God. I wanted to...
What can you tell me? This was
What
that
is-
pin. I'm pointing at Sevatar. This was that pin. What can you tell me of Rolam?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Or... Oh, sorry. Eric, what do I know of Roland?
Super creepy dude. Just kind of shows up when he's needed. Almost like he has eyes watching everywhere.
Nothing that the king hadn't already told you.
Do you know to whom he answers besides the king, if anyone?
I do not know.
Balls.
He's the most mysterious person that on the council for sure.
Did the cough we heard earlier sound male or female?
It was male.
Oh.
Did it sound like a dark elf cough?
Wait, Eric.
Weird question, weirder specific answer.
Eric, we're in a private enough place, correct?
I mean, yeah,
ears?
you're kind of down in the dungeon-esque area. I mean, not dungeons, but you went downstairs into the basement area where the records room is.
That's good enough. I'll use this to say what I wanted to say, just because
You didn't get all the way to the records room because you called it quits before you actually got to it, but you're like
'Cause I'm sure there's
halfway in the
gonna be a-
hallway and you're like, oh shit.
Because I'm sure there's gonna be a fucking magical explosion or some shit. I can do it on my own. Just because I don't want to expose you guys, not yet. Okay. I wanted to talk to you in private in case you guys were investigating, or if you wish to investigate Lucia to see if she was actually involved. That was the plan, correct?
Yes. But I don't know that we've thought of a timetable for that just yet.
Or a plan, too.
To give you guys a rough, since you said timetable, it is about 9 to 9:30-ish right now.
Perfect time to go eavesdrop in on somebody's house.
Indeed.
Would the one place where we were getting paid for our initial job still be open?
I mean, they're not open, no.
Sorry.
There are people there, but it is not open for people to come in.
Are you talking about where the Hand of the King Dexid was?
No. Like we got
The
where we
waiting
got
room
to
before
the-
that?
to the-
30 gold or whatever.
Yeah,
to
the waiting room
the-
before Dexid.
No. He's talking about the military encampment.
Oh, I thought Daxid paid them.
Daxid did pay them
Oh,
the remainder
no,
balance.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Austin. It's technically open because there's people always there, but it's not for like visitors and shit now.
Okay. So going by in the morning would be smarter.
I just
I was like, yes.
Yes!
Sevatar and I share a glance.
Your call. I don't know. It depends on what you want. If you want to sneak in and talk to someone, then now would probably be better.
Not for what I was going to do. The person said that he has the rest of the money for us for our original job.
Oh yeah, no.
So I have no reason to.
That's been hours.
Yeah. I figured it's been a while, and I'll just pick it up tomorrow morning at this point.
Sylvius, could you arrange a meeting with us and Daxid in private? Us as in present company and Daxid.
No promises. Me and him, we are brother in arms, but we rarely listen to one another. So
Okay,
I
well,
can try.
I'd appreciate
However,
you doing what you can.
I want to say, and I will be frank with you all, just because I don't see why not. You've
just remain
tested yourself. You've proven yourself trustworthy enough. I do not care for politics. I do not care about Sintra. I care about the king. And if somebody is trying to kill the king, I will do everything in my power to protect him, even go beyond the law. I will help you and I will assist you in what you need. Sneaking into the royal district, uninvited, is a crime. Well, as you can tell in this city, crime goes unpunished. But however, it's best if you all stay on the good side of the king. So we do this secretly. I will help you. Do we have an understanding?
Seems like we could do it in the face of the king. He's on our side. He's very much on our side.
Also,
Yes.
we have
But if he knows too much, it can come back and hurt him. And also, I don't think he'll like me going against the law for this.
King
Senator?
makes the law.
Well, the council makes the law, I would imagine.
I say
We're
the
about
council
to
just counsels him.
We were about to infiltrate one of the council's homes. This will go against everything that the council agreed upon.
Sure, but it won't go against what the king wants.
Also,
The king,
luckily, some of us aren't on that council, and we weren't privy to whatever agreements that were struck. Vivian,
which is why I can trust on you 4. Or 5, including Corzo.
Yes.
oh, by the way, hi Corzo. Good nap. All right, great. Back with us.
here.
I think, and I may be the outlier here, but I think Lucia can wait until tomorrow.
I agree.
I agree.
I
Wonderful.
concur.
Shara was ready
if-
to defend that position.
If we are infiltrating one of the council's rooms or homes, we need a plan.
Agreed.
I was planning on getting records of the royal district's the blueprints of the royal district. Something to help you sneak around. Unfortunately, my fault. That couldn't.
Why do we not just bring her into the castle for questioning? By the king's order, we can have an army on standby.
Too dangerous.
Fight.
Too big. Too noisy.
My thoughts on that align with Sylvius's, but I'll expand. If she is truly guilty and she suspects we're suspicious of her, I don't think she'd stick around long enough to have an army apprehend her.
Which would only prove her guilt, and then we can chase her. We'd have our suspect.
Do not
Certainly.
forget that the fiends that attacked us were the fiends that attacked the caravan. One,
Yeah, and we defeated the fiends there. We defeated the fiends in the room. They killed a bunch of prostitutes with their pants down. I'm not afraid of what they have to offer.
yes, but I am not. My concern isn't if we can kill them or not. My concern is how many people they will take out. How many
I thought you
people
said
they
you
will
weren't
kill.
concerned about that. You're only concerned about the king.
Well, he is one of those people I'm sure he's concerned about.
Yes.
And I will point out that those demons killed more than just some prostitutes and a king. They killed the
guards.
entire wing of guards posted to keep that king safe.
And do
That's
not
true.
forget.
But again, middle of the night, pants down.
Do
I
not
don't
forget.
think there's anything
Nilfgaard
army.
is involved. This could very well turn into a war. We cannot have this be loud. This needs to be discreet. If the war
Assassinated
starts,
a king. This sounds pretty loud as it is.
the war starts.
I agree, but sorry, Sylvius, please.
We cannot start a war.
You're telling me that walking up to a current council member's door and asking them to come to the castle for questioning is the beginning of a war. It sounds like a slippery slope argument.
It is not.
She's loyal to the king, she'll come.
We
Agreed.
have no idea who she is loyal to.
So what's
Now,
up?
If I may, we have more to worry about than just assumptions of her guilt. If she is innocent, we could be falling right into the hands and plans of whomever it is that orchestrated this. Because while the assassination of a king is very loud, everywhere around that scene will be quiet by comparison. If she is the focus of our investigation and queries, the true killer can get away with a lot.
I agree. So why don't we question her now so it's out of the way for the future? Every moment spent talking about it is a moment wasted, is it not?
I thought you agreed that it would be best to wait on the morrow.
It can wait till tomorrow, because if she is innocent, then she's innocent. If she's guilty, she'll still be there because she's playing the innocent card. I don't mind waiting.
Okay. And I will say this. I think that if she were guilty, the jig would be closer to up than not at this stage. Our discretion has been somewhat lacking. We've put a lot of faith in the defenses of the king and his people here, but these damnable walls and their 2-foot thickness.
What?
Yeah, well,
What's
I
the thickness
suggested
you
that I
want?
sleep here and protect him, and he told me no. So I don't know what this king wants from me anymore.
If it was less than 2 feet of stone, I could detect thoughts through them.
Sorry.
I
literally didn't even think about it, but I was like, it's a castle. Be about that big. 2 feet.
That's why I was shaking Anvari like, and you're positive it's 2 feet or more, not 1 foot 9 inches. Wait, Anvari, stand here. I'm gonna sprint to the other side of the wall.
All right.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I know. Where are you guys still chilling in the downstairs area?
No, we're in a broom cupboard right now. No one's hearing us.
I think at this point, while we may have been there, unless someone else has more to say, as I had said to Sylvius prior to this last turn of the conversation, I think it is best we call it for the night and meet up on the morrow and discuss our plans with.
I can grab the records and the blueprints of things.
Yes. Do not forget, please do your best to set up a meeting with Daxit if you can.
I will.
I think he's either going to be our greatest ally in this investigation or perhaps the person we are looking for.
If his loyalty is to Sintra, he will help.
Agreed.
That's
if his oath is to Sintra above all, well, never mind. I have an appointment that I'm running late for. Anvari, care to earn your coin for the evening?
I shall follow along.
Yes. At the absolute most, escort me to the Gold's Dust, and from there I'll be in Patrona hands. Good night, gentlemen, ladies.
Oh, I still have 4 hours to kill. I'm coming with.
Certainly. Do enjoy the guild's offerings. Excuse me, I burped halfway through that.
It's all good.
But, well, for those of us parting ways here, And I look around and see that it's still that one directional hallway. For those of us parting ways soon, I'll reserve my good nights.
I'll escort you guys out. If you guys walk alone, the guards might think otherwise.
Certainly.
Do you guys set up a meetup place for Sylvius to join you in the morning?
I'll meet you at the Golden Dust, something like that.
Gold's Dust, the market
The
center.
Gold's
I mean, there's a tavern there if you want to meet there. Let me get the name of that.
Let's meet at the tavern across the way.
Before meeting at the tavern across the way, in Elvish, I'm going to say, how many of you speak this dialect?
It's Pramila, by the way, is the tavern.
Pramila. There's Elvish dialect? Oh yeah, of course.
I actually might not.
Thought you were an elf.
Well, he said dialect.
Oh, Eric, can
He meant just
I
language.
just want to check up on Welton to see what he's doing.
You don't know.
I don't know.
I know.
Because-
I already know. I've already figured it out. So,
Do you need me to roll anything?
I'm
will not set it
confident that I don't.
Okay.
Saving throws.
Just think,
Ben,
Welton was at 1 HP when he went into the sewers.
Hey, look, it's
He's
Jesus.
a giant, unless it's a big ass rat. He's
A little rat could kill you.
That's fair.
In Elvish, I'm going to say, I honestly don't feel comfortable speaking in common around these. I'm going to look to the guards up there, people. So I feel like we should keep our plans as hidden as possible.
Agreed. A good measure.
I say in Elvish. You speak Elvish?
I speak many languages.
To Vivian.
I will flap my ear about. But of course.
My ear about. I'm going to look to Invari and in Dwarvish, I'm assuming. Yes.
You're muted, bud.
I also speak Elvish.
Dwarf
I had the
speaking
air
weird.
blowy
Alright.
thing on my keyboard, and I didn't want to air
He says
blowy
he
thing.
speaks Elvish. I
Yeah.
don't know if you caught that, Ben.
Okay, yeah.
So everybody does in our party here, save for probably Corzo, but everybody currently present said yes then?
Speak Elvish? I don't.
Oh, okay. So
Flip.
everybody said yes, and Sylvius is just looking at us.
Corzo says, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?"
Don't worry about it. I'll tell you when you're older. In Thieves' Cant, anyone here?
I'm going to.
Yeah, how is the weather doing? The
I'm
weather's been
going
pretty
to
good.
do this and then that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you respond, Vivian?
I'm gonna blink my left eye twice. And say, may your apples grow thick and juicy.
I will.
Sevatar, Vivian nods to you, almost like I'm with you.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay,
Good.
I just want to make sure.
Just want to make sure we don't have any prying ears. I think I'm gonna shoot the guards a dirty look.
What
looking at?
did you say that in Elven or Elvish?
No, in Thieves' Cant.
Oh, okay. I will nod again.
The stalks grow thick here. Am I right?
I'll nod a third time.
That's not. Ah, yes, your fish is mighty scaly.
Sevatar, make me an insight roll.
Oh, I assume he's fucking with
The third one was where it really came in a way.
insight there.
Yeah, you're like,
Hey.
you got him on the first one. You're like, yeah, you have no idea what the fuck I'm saying.
And may your brows go thick with age and knowledge, my friend.
As we say.
I stab her in the throat. No, I'm kidding. We know that's the kill order.
Order 66.
All right.
I'll say to Corzo and Silvius, in a low common, trying to draw them near, basically.
Uh-huh.
We're speaking in a code of sorts. We'll fill you in when we can.
So do you guys head out of the castle and to the tavern or
Yeah.
the Gold's Dust?
I'm
Or-
going to Gold's Dust, which is where Radcliffe is waiting, yeah.
Yeah.
Gold's Dust
Also-
is also like a semi-tavern, but it's mostly like a strip bar.
A titty bar.
Yeah. It's a bit
while we're heading
pricier
there-
though.
While we're heading there, I'm just gonna mostly keep an eye out for any suspicious folk around.
Give me a perception check.
Aye, Captain.
All right. As you guys are heading out of the castle and you start heading down the streets towards the center,
Oof.
Vivian's just kind of like, "Whoo, I'm ready. I'm fucking ready." Radcliffe is there. I'm excited. Gonna get some money. Gonna get some other stuff. And then
Some
Civitar's
magic
keeping
potions.
an eye out, and you see that there's a piece of paper that's like stuck to the wall of one of these places, and it just looks like a scrap of paper. And as you are walking up to it, something is drawing your eye towards it, and you grab it, and
I can't just look at it first.
you can look at it. That's fine. I don't care.
I'm gonna look
Looks
at
like
it.
if you grabbed it, you would just been poisoned immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
You're immediately
yeah.
poisoned.
I attempt to snort said piece of paper.
And that's the wrong person.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's poison, all
was
right.
intending to look at that one. Do. It says, "I know what you're looking for." And then it says, "Meet me in Perilla."
It's written in common.
Do you
It's
mean
written-
Primilla?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The tavern.
Yeah. It is
Okay.
written in common. And that's it. That's all it says.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take that piece of paper and stick it with my senior Witcher Sevitar name tag into my jacket pocket.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we have Adalia and Vari and Vivian with us, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I may need to make a pit stop at Perilla. Found something interesting hanging on the wall.
Is it something that you would like company for?
Perhaps maybe more lookouts than anything.
Radcliffe is gonna totally stiff me, and not in the way that I want.
I know we all need a good stiffing from time to time, but we're going with you first.
No, you got it backwards. That's the stiffing that I'm gonna get, but I want the money, and he doesn't like to wait.
Money
But
is money, friend.
let's go to Primilla.
All right. As you guys walk over, it's across the way. There's a big old center, like little stage area that you guys saw the announcer or the what's it? It's not a scribe, but the town crier. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. That you saw the town crier at earlier today. It's pretty empty, but across the way from the Gold's Dust, past that is Primilla.
As we pass, as we're in the street in the middle of the two, I'm gonna send a message to Radcliffe, assuming he's within 120 feet of that spot, and just say, "Very, very soon, my dear. Patience."
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He sends this sending back to you. He says, "You have 10 minutes, and then I'm calling in another."
I'll respond to his sending, saying, I'll give you some extra experimentation at no cost as a reward for your patience.
He sends one more sending. He's like, I didn't say you couldn't join with the other.
I'll respond with, I'll say semicolon parentheses.
My God. Replies back. Why would you only want half of a colon?
As you guys walk in, the bar's not bustling. There's people in it, but it's not that loud. It's pretty quiet overall. And as you look around, most of the tables are empty. There's a few people here and there. There's a bartender up there. What can I get you?
I look to Sevitar and I look back at the bar person, and I'll just something to drink.
And as you guys start to walk up, and he looks at you, he's like, oh, hell no. No, no, no. Get out of here, you Witcher. We don't need 3 of you in here. Both of you leave.
Three.
Looking at him, quite you can go eat your own dick for all I care what you have to say, peasant. I'm going to just not turn body wise, but just head and neck, just scan the room to see if there's another Witcher in here.
Give me a perception check.
I will also, at the mention
wanna
of
know
3,
that.
do a perception.
One Witcher is interesting. 2 is bizarre.
24.
3 is impossible.
Yeah,
And I will say-
basically 3 is impossible.
I will say, based on my thirst for Corzo, I should have advantage on spotting Witchers.
My first.
You see somebody that I believe you've met before. He's in a hood, sitting over in the corner, this big, bulky dude. And he kind of looks up. Brought friends, Sevitar. And
I'm going to turn to Vivian specifically, and in Thieves can't say, un momento, por favor.
you see this person.
My boyfriend.
Your boyfriend's back. We're gonna be in trouble.
Big.
Grab drinks. This will be quick.
Certainly. I think someone's going to have to placate the good man there too. I'll go to the bar
All right.
and I'll drop a gold piece and say, around for my friend and your patronage, please. I know 3 Witchers is a lot, but keep the change.
He takes the coin and he's like, he flicks it back at you. Nah, get out of here, all of you. And the other Witcher, the big bulky dude, stands up and gives him a look. He's like, do you really want me to leave? Do you want me to get him? It's like, no. I'll get you your drinks. And he-
I do not put the gold back down.
yeah, he doesn't. He just kind of pours it, the cheap shit, hands it to each one of you guys, slides it on over, and then he brings a tray over to Sevitar and the big guy over there in the corner. And then
I'm gonna start walking the drinks over.
Letho looks at you, Sevitar, and he says, "You didn't need to bring everyone, but
That wasn't the plan. Didn't know it was you.
oh, how do you expect me to communicate with you?"
Well, I mean, the past few days have been interesting to say the least. I just didn't think that you'd try to make contact this soon.
It wasn't
Nothing.
ideal, but my
I'm
boss
sure it
wanted to
wasn't.
talk to you.
Ooh, that's always reassuring. What does the dear old man wish of me now?
Oh. He's interested in your dealings with the city and the king. Wants to know what you're up to. He's
What
got
am I-
his own spies, so he wants to know what's going
Oh.
on.
Without a doubt. And if his spies were, well, proficient, they'd know that if I wanted the boy dead, I'd have his head sitting on that tray, and I'm going to point to the one that the drinks are on, if I wanted it there or not.
We're not worried about the boy. We're wondering who you're after.
Who I'm after. I'm
Maybe
gonna
just
place
the
my
two
fingers
of
right
us.
hand on his head.
He says, just the two of us. The rest of your posse can leave.
This has been in Thieves' Cant, correct? The whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. The rest of you guys are hearing, how's the weather? Oh, it's pretty good. Yeah, you heard about the trees that getting cut down last week? Yeah. Some monsters getting killed all over the place. And you guys are like, what the fuck is happening over there? They're jumping from topic to topic.
Except with
I'll-
very sultry dialogue.
I'll
How's
I'll
the
send-
weather? It's sunny.
Suspiciously sunny. Indeed.
I'll set down the drinks that the guy gave us, assuming I've made my way over there, and presumably that's when he says the just the two of us thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll hand shoulder Sevatar. Darling, I really ought to run. If you have need of me, just send word.
Same here. If you have need of me, well, you know what to do. I'm gonna give her a little double wink again, like I did before.
You mean you blink?
I'm gonna go to meet Radcliffe.
That old double wink.
Winka,
All right.
winka.
I assume Invari goes with Vivian.
Yes,
Adalia, where do you go?
I'm very out of my element here. I'm not even sure if I'm old enough to enter this kind of establishment.
That's all
I don't
right.
know
Yeah,
if
you
age
are.
is really a
Kids
trying
could
to-
go buy beers if they wanted to.
Trying to flex.
Maybe
you
not the
know,
titty
a
bar.
little bit. Yeah, maybe not the titty bar. Adalia, if you don't mind, back away from the
Man, the
The,
very big man with the
the
two
wolves.
swords.
Oh, I meant the titty.
Yeah, I was nowhere near
Oh.
that shit.
Yeah.
If anything, I haven't moved from the doorway.
Barkeep. Anything you can get my friend here. Top notch. Ale, food, whatever you need. She's had a long day.
You want a
Adalia,
warm
if you
glass of
wouldn't mind.
milk?
I don't
That'd be great, actually.
Oh, maybe she is the milk drinking type. Whatever
Um,
she won't, put on my tab. Adalia, if you wouldn't mind waiting at the bar for me. This shouldn't take long.
Brings over a tray with a very, very thick milk. It's like a heavy cream almost. Not chilled at all. It's room temperature.
Good.
Straight from the source, 45% saturated fats.
Here, have this.
I'm gonna AFK real quick.
Okay.
People always said that the city was so glamorous.
You'll find that it's not, unless you have money.
All right.
Which hopefully, I'm going to turn back to my boy.
I went to the king and I asked him for one thing, and they didn't even have that. They brought me fruit shit. It's like they don't know how to eat.
You're used to it.
Do you
Kings
want to
of
hop
hearts.
in the closet, Ben, or do you want to be out in the public?
Closet. I mean, this is your call.
I don't care either way. Well, let's go to the closet.
Okay.
What's the
Closet
perfect time for me to go to the
closet
bathroom?
Boom.
All right. Sitting there. My boss, Zokoth. He's been interesting in the dealings with this new king. And seeing as a friend of mine just walks into the palace, that gets me to question, why are you here, Sevatar?
You want the short answer, the long answer.
The short will do for now.
Took a job killing neckers out in the Amal Mountains. 500 gold. Came in, soaked with their blood. course, you know how it is. Didn't have time to clean up, especially with those monsters and how juicy they tend to be.
Most explosive.
Turns out, and I'm going to narrow my eyes a little bit at him. Seems someone's killed the king. Me coming in soaked with blood, neck or heads on me, threw me, well, as you can expect, into the local jail. Broke out, got paid, found this lot, and surprisingly, I'm sure you noticed immediately when he walked in, another Witcher.
Yes. City's got quite a lot happening in it.
Indeed, like Dingbat said behind the bar there, 3 of us in one spot. Well, the stars must have aligned to make that happen. 2 of us is rare enough.
Yes. But 3? Someone's playing a fiddle. Having a
Indeed.
jolly good time with it, too.
My concern is who's keeping tune, who's setting the pace of that fiddle and that song. I'd think I'd know that if we had something to do with the king's murder, well, I'd make myself scarce, but it's not us. We found that there were, well, apparent betrayals. Lucia, this woman, this hand.
Oh,
of
the
king.
whore.
Yes, the dick smoker. Her.
She's not what she appears. She's quite cunning, and she uses all of her resources to her advantage. I wouldn't trust that woman. But
Trust her about as far as I could throw her. That's our next bet.
It's pretty
Going
far.
after her. Well, she is, from what I hear, quite small.
Yes, quite. She used to be a whore over at the Patrona, or for the guild over there.
Indeed, which is why, as you saw, the quite forward woman who spoke with us before departing, she's part of that guild. That's another lead we have. But our goal is to get anything we can from this Lusha woman. Seems she has some dealings with fiends, too.
Well, if you want a little information on her, I can get it for you. It's going to cost you.
I could never say no to you, you know that.
10 gold for the information.
Of course, I'd expect nothing else.
All right. She now owns the Gold's Dust. After about a year of time, she's gone from a lonesome whore into quite a powerful position. How does somebody of that do that? Go from whore to wealthy? Well, that's something we've been questioning for quite some time. But really, it's all about what she does with the money. She invests it back into them. And she's been taking money from the king, well, the previous king, not the king right now, back and forth, slowly building it up and up. At this point, she's got quite a bit of guards working for her as well. I think she's starting to branch out a little bit, starting to jump in on Zokoth's his industry. By the way, Zokoth, you don't know who he is. You've never met him, but you know that he kind of runs an underground criminal organization here.
Okay.
You're guessing, by the way, Letho keeps talking about it. You're guessing he works for him somehow.
Right.
But I mean, you didn't expect that. That's news to you. She's
So,
yes. Go for it.
quick question. Do you believe that I can trust this? I'm going to just very gently glance back over at the door. This Vivian woman, do you think she might be, no pun intended, in bed with this betrayer of kings?
Possibly. I don't know much about her. I saw an old friend. Wanted to catch up.
I understand.
Now, what news can you give me?
Of the king, the boy?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to lean back just a little bit and kind of scratch the stubble. Well, the king is young, yet he is wiser than those of his age. However, And I'm going to glance a little at Adalia here, making sure she's not really paying attention, or anyone else, really.
You guys are still talking in Thieves' Cant for the most part,
but
yeah.
yeah, and I don't exactly like big cities. Just
That's
leaning
fair.
in a little bit, barely a whisper. The king speaks with gods. Don't ask me how. He has visions.
Gods or demons?
Could be one, could be the other, depending on how you look at it. My worry is the kid seizes up, seems to almost leave his body, and communes with whatever this god is before returning, which then gives him insight into apparently either past, present, future, or those in front of him. I know not how it works, but the kid is gifted, I'll give him that.
Interesting. Well, if you need any further information, just check out the bathhouse. It's called Purge. You've seen it, but you didn't really take a second glance at it, really.
Gotcha.
Yeah, go to the bathhouse. Ask for Falgin.
Indeed, will do. Before we go, one last thing, sir. Sorry, used to
Aye, aye.
speaking with kings. Don't know why I use the word sir, but I'm sure you appreciate it anyway. The King's Council, can we trust them? Do you know everything of them? This
Oh.
Roland character has me turning my head more than I like.
I don't trust anyone here.
Good.
I barely trust you.
Well,
But
again,
it's in our nature, isn't it?
indeed. And much like the king, and you know this, if you or I wanted each other dead,
Oh,
well, I'm sure
The-
the last thing we'd see is the ground rolling in front of our vision as our neck.
one of
was.
us is going down. That's for sure.
Without a doubt, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, Sevatar, it's always a pleasure. He does kick the chair out, or slides it out, starts to stand up. Any last words?
I'm gonna give a little half smile here. May your blades be quick and your arrows be silent, brother.
As with you, brother. And he walks out. Boom, poof, poof, as he walks out of there. Yeah. The
He's gotta lose the
chunkster
weight.
himself.
He's got to hit the cardio machine. That's all I'm saying.
He's dex and strength build.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Use like broth that you don't make it yourself. You know what I mean?
Feel it.
Broth is good.
All right, Vivian, as you are walking back to the Gold's Dust, I did see you sent a message, but I didn't read it at the time, so...
Okay.
BRB.
Sure.
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Hell yeah! Hey, pick a color.
Purple. Always purple.
That's purple,
Okay.
right?
Yee.
Okay, so first you do your services.
Have that.
And he actually asks for a certain kink. He asks you to look like Philippa.
Let's go.
I assume I don't have to roll anything. I can just
No, you could just do
do
it.
it. Yeah. So I do.
Okay, cool. And then you guys do your thing. All right. Then from there, would you like to jump to the closet?
Sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Can I do that with what? No.
That was weird.
Also, is there pay for that? Real quick.
Yeah, he gives you 10 gold.
Okay.
A little bit
that's fine.
higher than you're used to from him, but
Was it?
yeah,
I thought the first time it was 20.
I don't remember.
Not that I'm like, yeah. It doesn't matter that much to me.
No, I don't know. It might have been
okay.
20. So he gives you 20 gold, we'll say.
Sure.
Which that is a little higher than you're used to. And it's like special gift since you're seeing me in such a strange location.
Indeed. And I thank you for your patience. It wasn't easy to times are crazy, as you know. And unfortunately as much as I'd love to be in the moment, I'm afraid things are developing quickly. What can you tell me? Do you know of Rolam on the King's Council?
Oh, roll them.
And I will, if I have it
Um,
still. I do. I will minor illusion a 5-foot version of Rolam that I saw in the King's memory.
Okay. Let me have his. I don't have his character sheet. Okay. Oh, okay. I was trying to see if you knew him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little bit of a mysterious dude. Kind of. They say he comes and goes as he pleases.
So I've heard, yes.
That's a little worrisome. Anyone that can freely go in and out of the palace without any issue.
Indeed. And there's something that the king had said that makes me think that he is beholden to another.
What?
Well, I can't recall the phrasing exactly, but it went along the lines of he always seems to know when he is wanted, but to officially summon him, they light a candle and put it in a windowsill, I believe. But the king does not know what the king knows little of his doings in his position, and it would seem that that is the case with most of the council members. I questioned him of Locath and Daxid as well, and he had little to give me on the matter.
I see. Well, Locath handles all army personnel things. Did you check out this window seal? Which one was it?
I did not. From memory, was it in the room that we were talking in?
Yes, it was in the room you were talking in.
That's what I thought, because I was like, there's not a candle there now, right? Okay. I glanced at it, but I did not do a thorough investigation.
Might want to do that next time you go there.
I'm not opposed to, and I think if the urgency is grand enough, we can probably get back there now, but my skills are not so in that direction. I'm better with people than with windowsills.
Yeah. I wouldn't go and trust that room for being a safe room. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. Unfortunately, we're not well equipped in that department.
Yeah, the fact that he knows based off of a candle lit in a windowsill, that's a little worrisome.
It feels like pomp and circumstance to me. I think that's why I think he's beholden to another. Because I doubt that the king is lighting that candle himself.
Yeah.
So it is not just the king who knows of his desire for Rolam when Rolam is summoned. Others know this. And what do you know of the king's conversations with God?
Honestly, that was the first one I'd seen. I'm not familiar with this new king much, as I'm not really from here.
Indeed.
Yeah, that was 2 times in an hour. It was very concerning, and I was assured by everyone in there that it's nothing to worry about. I don't trust that. He's got to be hearing something, but it's scary.
Agreed. He shared with me that it is not your normal conversation, as one wouldn't have a normal conversation with a god anyway, but suffice it to say that there are red flags all over. But the thing that concerned me most is he has never had such a moment in privacy. He has never conversed with his god without another being present, without several others being present, to be true.
Maybe that isn't a god. Maybe it's just another person casting a spell on him.
That is my suspicion, but here's the thing.
Powerful magic.
You were there. You were there today. Did you see anything?
Nothing caught my attention. I mean, it was very alarming that he somehow knew you guys were here in the palace when not minutes ago were we just discussing that we should talk to you guys.
Indeed. And he
then
knew.
all of a sudden he spazzed out and said, "They're here. Bring them forward." That's what had happened.
And he knew of who I was, what
Yes.
I am.
So I feel like somebody's watching you. Somebody's.
Agreed, yes.
Maybe your own party is in on it. That
potentially.
group that you work with. How well do you trust each one of them?
Well, Anvari, I can trust with my life and have. If he is involved in these plots to overthrow kingdoms, he has been
poor.
He started low.
I would assume Corzo has nothing to do with it either.
Likewise, I agree.
Since he stopped the first one. The other
Adalia
three,
and
though,
Sevatar. Adalia perplexes me. She bounces between distrusting everyone within arm's reach and believing that we are on the same side and being very trusting. I do not know quite what to make of her as of yet, but I don't know. I think her interests lie elsewhere, but I do not think they are nefarious towards us nor this plot. Sevatar is the most concerning, but well, Silvius and Sevatar fear that the king is going to be assassinated. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think someone's using the king as a pawn.
Correct. He knows so little of the dealings of his council members that
they can tell
he
him
is
anything.
the perfect. Exactly, he is the perfect mouthpiece.
And kings aren't really the power; it's the people around the kings that are more powerful than the king itself.
I have an idea. It is reckless, as I may oftentimes tend towards, but I think the quickest way to figure out who wants this king to be compliant is to have the king go in a completely unpredictable direction.
Interesting.
If we could convince the king that he should perhaps make an announcement and a bold proclamation, perhaps something that would shake the foundation of his council, shock everybody. We can see who scurries to put out the fires fastest. It doesn't have to be self-destructive, because then, of course, everybody would want to preserve the state of the city, but something that isn't what they wanted.
So,
I'm struggling to think of something of that scale, but that's why I'm asking you about it.
So you're saying figure out what they want and then plot from there to figure out what would equally screw everyone over.
Or I'm arranging a meeting with Daxid on the morrow, and well, I don't want to be so bold, but I think he might be trustworthy. He is loyal to the land and not to the king. That tells me that he is likely in service because he wants Sintra to prosper. If we do something that will help Sintra prosper, he should be all for it, yes?
That would be my assumption as well, yes.
So if the king makes a proclamation that benefits Sintra, but he did not discuss with his council, should Daxid object, that might be a sign of his lack of trustworthiness, and so on and so forth. If we can identify the beliefs and desires of each council member, we can find what buttons to push and how we can push the most buttons at once. Can you do me a favor? Is this room secure from prying eyes?
Give me a second.
Sure.
He casts first see invisibility, and
Mhm.
then looks around. He doesn't see anything. And then he casts Lehman Tiny Hut.
Okay.
And then he says, hop on in. This will be a lot better.
Wonderful. I'll follow. So my thoughts. I want to speak to Lucia. I think she's being framed. I could be wrong. She could be.
Framed for what? The murder?
Yes, the king's murder. We have evidence to suggest that she was at the scene of the crime and guilty of the crime. And not only that, conspiring with Nilfgaard and demons.
If I'm
But-
not mistaken, she's the master of the coin, correct?
Correct. And a fellow guildie. And I'll give him a little smile.
Yes. Seems odd that she got that much power that quickly, but here you are.
Indeed. Of course. Right place, right time. For myself, at least. But I feel like just about everybody seems to hold her in disdain for who she was. Even the king himself. But I think the boy has mommy issues, if I'm honest. I was really trying to see just how pointy his ears were, but they appeared to not be.
Did
but-
you... I do know that previously in the past, there has been an elven blood that has gone through the Sintra kingdom.
On the king's side?
Yes.
Intriguing.
I don't know where it started, but I do know that there is elven blood on the king side. So it should be in his veins as well.
Also, the human or the king does look purely human, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was fairly certain that was the case, but I was mildly assuming. Okay,
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
see my insight?
No.
21.
Oh, yes. I see all these other rolls popping up. I didn't see that one.
Okay. So I'm inciting him as he's saying this. Mostly to see if he's holding anything back that he might like if he knows more.
He doesn't know more about that, yeah.
Okay.
He is pondering and he's thinking, I don't know if I would trust the king to know what's right now.
Agreed. And he seems to be a little bit volatile when it comes to matters relating his father and his council members. But yes, the reason I wanted the utmost security from here on, should have asked for it sooner, frankly, and you should have thought of it too, silly. But
Should have, you're right.
passion makes fools of us all. It's okay. We
Just so
fixed
lusty.
the down boy. We fixed the mistake, and we're focusing on important matters now.
You know what
I want to-
concerns me the most? The
Certainly.
Brotherhood of Sorcerers sends a sorcerer or sorceress to advise every single king. Why have they
Indeed.
not sent one to advise this king? It's a new one
I'll be honest.
every time.
I thought Philippa was
Oh, no. No, she is not his advisor.
no.
No.
That is odd indeed. Did his father have one?
Yes.
What became of them?
Not sure. Not something
it all and
I've
look into
done
that.
much research on, yes. I trying to recall what his name was. I don't remember. I think it was
I'll-
Sierra, but
I'll
Could be
follow
wrong.
up with Sylvius to see what I can learn on the matter. But yeah, could it be this Roland? Do you know of one of a Roland being involved in the Brotherhood?
Roland's definitely in the Brotherhood. Is he an advisor? Such an
Um,
interesting position.
When
I've
I asked the
never-
king of his official title, sorry, continue.
No, go for it.
I was told that he is the Master of Information, I believe.
Master of Networks is what is
Master of Networks.
or Network Master. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Seems odd that every king has an advisor, and every advisor is with the king at all times. Excluding, not really excluding, they're always close by, but in the royal chambers as well.
Are you not our good king's advisor?
Yes, I am. And I can be there in a whim.
Of course. 'Twas not an accusation.
Oh no.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, I'll be there by the end of the night. I mean, they obviously have other things to do, but and other things to do. And he gestures at you, but
that is something that I had not thought of. His lack of advisor. Well, while he lacks an advisor in permanence, he does have, it would appear, 2 Brotherhood influencers in his presence, often between Rolam and then whomever they send in besides Philippa.
Philippa is not an advisor for the king. I think she's after something completely different. She could be in on it. Maybe she is. Would seem odd. I guess it really depends on why the king was killed. She's not someone that particularly stays around in kingdoms. She does what she wants. She's one of the heads of the Brotherhood. So she is not an advisor. She's an advisor for the advisors.
I see. What do you know with her affiliations towards Nilfgaard?
Well, Nilfgaard has quite an early sorcerer in it right now. And she just helps advise her. I don't think she has much of a deal with it, but honestly, I don't know what my higher ups are up to.
Of course.
It's not something that they privy or give me knowledge on, I'm not privy to it.
Yes. That is worrisome. I will also confirm the king's and your suspicion. This was an act by Nilfgaard to weaken the defensive front of the Northern Realms.
Are you sure?
We spoke with one of the dead out on site, and she affirmed that the people there were armed with Nilfgaardian weaponry, and we, of course, found a Nilfgaardian spear in a corpse. It seems sloppy.
It seems a little too sloppy.
Could be a setup. All of this reeks of intrigue, but, well, that is why we sent the shipment. That is what we feared, is it not?
That is what we feared, and that is why, I guess that's why you're here.
So it would seem. Well, I just want to tell you, because, and I'll grab his hand and squeeze it gently. I think I can trust you, Radcliffe. We go back and we've been through a lot. But I'm going to pursue information through Lucia. I think she is innocent, and I'm going to speak to her.
Good call. I'd speak with all of them, try to understand their wants, their desires.
Well, that's what I want to speak with her about. I'm going to ask the others to give me privacy on the matter, stand by for a call for assistance, but otherwise make their presence unknown, both for the ability to gain Lucia's trust and because, well, I'm going to try to use her to figure out what I can on the council members. She seems cunning, very, very, very. She's hated by everyone, and yet she has not lost her post. Even the king hates her.
She's got power. She knows how to manipulate people. That's scary.
Agreed. And if she's not guilty of these crimes, I think we can use that.
She's not guilty of these crimes. She's probably guilty of some other crimes. Just
Oh, very potentially. If she did not earn her position through adultery, she likely earned it through blackmail or extortion. I have no proof on the matter, so I'm assuming it's the former, but who knows? But she's doing well by the city, the king says, even though he had to spit the words out with disdain. Who knows?
Well, I have to bid you farewell. I do have to make sure my king is in tip-top shape.
Indeed.
Make sure he's okay. Check on everything. So,
Don't be a
thank you
stranger,
for everything.
love.
Oh, of course
Of
not.
course.
If you have any further information, don't hesitate to send a sending to me. Keep me in the loop.
Yes.
And
Envari
I'll
will
try to
send
do the
word.
same.
I'll keep Envari close.
Very good. And he starts to head out of the hut. And then he says, one more for the road?
I suppose I have time, certainly. Anything for a good friend.
And you start to go in a little bit more, and he's just like, no, just a kiss. That's all I meant in this.
Oh, of course.
And then he's like, and farewell. And then he teleports out. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, let's keep it within this region.
Envari,
Yes.
while Vivian is in there,
Let me draw more stuff.
Doing some things.
Cha, if you want to go, you probably can, because I don't think I'm gonna get back to you.
No, I'm fighting bed.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know, because it's yeah. Envari, while you are kind of chilling inside of the
Gold's dust.
That's good enough, right?
inside of the titty bar, an older
stuff.
woman approaches you, wearing a pretty large hat. It's kind of like a wrap type of deal, and she looks at you and she says, I see you're not wanted here, or you don't want to be here right now.
No, not overall. I'm here for work, and that's about it. The drinks are good, I suppose.
I see. And she looks at you back and forth. You're looking for someone, are you not? Perhaps someone that has done you wrong. Not you yourself, but someone that you've been around.
Can I insight to see if I know anything about
Yeah,
who she is? Okay.
you don't know. And
Who am I looking for?
she kind of looks back and forth. She says, give me your hand.
Any
And she-
particular reason?
And she kind of holds her hands out like this. Give me your hand. And you can see rings and jewelry all around with a bracelet that's kind of like jingling a little bit.
Sure, here's my hand.
She takes it a little forcefully, but not like too forcefully that you're scared. She
And
grabs
rips it
you.
Thanks.
There's a dark past here. One of your friends. He's in grave danger, isn't he?
I've had many friends in the past who have been in grave danger.
She lets go. Follow me into my room. And
Why am I
she walks
following
out, and she walks into one of the rooms, and you can roll a perception. You notice that the room that she walks in, it's still in Gold's Dust, has a large, like, you know those like soft puff pillow plimp things? I don't know if that's what the right term is, but those like seat pillow things. And there's like a little stool and you see that there's a table and a little crystal ball on top of it. And she leaves the door open just enough. Do you go in?
I suppose.
All right. Jump
My
in the
inside
closet.
of her is a nun, so it feels. What?
Jump in the closet.
Oh, the closet.
All right. As soon as you walk in, she closes the door and she says, 10 gold, I'll tell you your future.
No, I don't. I don't need to see my future.
I know you don't, but you want to.
No offense, but if I need to see my future, I can very easily talk to my own gods and find it out myself.
But can you find out that your friend is dying? You're
Which
looking.
friend?
Well, that only you can tell who's your true friend. Okay. Think it's a man? No, it's a woman. Both.
It's a man woman.
And she sits down. She looks at her ball. She starts to swirl around, and there's starting to be smoke filling in the area. And she says, you're looking for someone. You're afraid that the kingdom's going to fall?
There's a chance the kingdom may fall.
But to who?
King was recently, as we know, as you probably know, assassinated.
A powerful magician controls the fates of all. Is that accurate? And then she kind of realizes that you're not paying too much attention. She says,
Kind of
out with
zooming
you.
in and
I
out.
have other clients. If you're not willing to pay, there's no reason to have you in here.
Any way you can prove that your techniques here are of value?
I believe I am right now, but clearly you don't want me to prove anything, so...
You're talking a lot of, although poeticness. I never really got into the fortune telling things. Although I guess I commune with gods. That's one thing. Give me some concrete.
we all commune with something. Some call it gods, some call it devils.
Can I at least know your name?
My name is Madame Florence. I am the true seer of the city.
And I will roll a insight if that name means any, or a history if that name means anything, or
Okay, go for it.
or roll.
Yeah.
Wham.
Nope.
Wham.
You don't know. Oh, the history. I was like, the insight. I don't understand the insight. History. You've heard of fortune tellers. Some of them are hoax. Some of them are for poor folk. Some of them are a little bit more legit. You don't know if this is or what this is. Your guess is probably more legit since it's in a...
Yeah, it feels a little more Florence.
Madame Florence.
All right. I'll give you the 10 gold. He
All
doesn't
right.
care. All right,
Sit
that's only one
right
platinum,
here.
right?
Yeah, that's one plat.
Okay.
Sit right here. Tell me, who do you seek most?
I guess at the moment I just care about my friend who works here.
That's the one you seek most? The one you're looking for? You're looking for one of two things, are you not?
There's many different things going on in my life that I'm looking for.
One of
There
death,
are-
one of creation. Which
I'm
is
looking
which?
for the one who may have caused deaths.
Deaths, you say? I see. You did hear something from that, though. You heard one of creation as well.
Yes.
Looking for deaths, well, a powerful magician controls that. But which power? Who gains the power? The death is caused by just one or multiple Many, I'm sure. Guards, citizens.
You speak of this powerful
Fellow.
magician. Sorry. I guess I shouldn't interrupt you.
No. Follow
Who is
whores.
this powerful magician? Oh, that was...
There are many. But which one? It's got to be one that has both motive and desire. We think that the small being has motive? Well, yes. But do we think she's got the power? No, we don't. Do we think that maybe... Fuck. Damn. I was on a trail and then I forgot the name. Do we think Naifreru? Yes, I know their names. Do we think that they have the power? Yes. But do they have the motive? No. Who has both? Maybe it's Lokoth. What would he gain? He'd gain a city under his control, through the military, through the empowerments of the seas. He's joining forces with the Nilfgaard. Maybe it's all of them. The plot thickens. What else do you want to know?
Are these all just things that are coming to you through your crystal ball?
They're coming to me through many things. The crystal ball is one motive of speaking to me. The other is the air, the noise, the birds. Do you want more?
More information is never a hurtful thing.
Well, we need more tribute to the gods to get more information. She reaches out her hand. More.
Maybe another time. More.
She says, I see. You're still an unbeliever. Better luck next time, then.
On Wheel of Fortune.
You'll believe everything when the time is
Wheel of
right.
Fortune actually works there.
You'll believe everything when the time is right. And she opens the door and gestures for you to leave.
So let me check something.
Do you
I
leave?
mean, I'll leave, yeah, but
Oh, okay.
I want to try. Since I have you right here, I have no reason to hop back to them. I'm gonna see. I think it's divination. That's
Okay.
the one where I actually can commune with my own god.
Uh-huh.
Or is that not that one?
I believe you already cast that, though, today.
Then it's a 25% chance I get a random reading.
Okay.
I have no idea to know if I cast it today.
You definitely did earlier. You did when you guys first got to the city. It's not daylight. Okay, that's someone else. Can you just click the spell?
Yeah, yeah.
Offering. If you cast the spell 2 or more times before finishing your next long rest, there is a cumulative 25%
Oh,
chance
2 or more times. I thought
for
it was
each
every
casting after the first that you get a random reading. Wait, it says
So I
if
can
you
cast
cast
it
the
2
spell
times.
2 or more times before finishing your next long rest, so this will be your second. There is a cumulative 25% chance for each casting after the first that you get a random reading. So you'll get a random reading, 25% chance. So, what are you asking?
At this very moment, I'm asking. What's his name? 1 second. It's Vivian. Vivon? Is it Vivon or Vivian right now?
Vivian.
Is my friend Vivian safe and free of sickness as of the moment?
The death of a close friend is only evident if you allow it to be.
fine.
I rolled my D100.
I assume that it's probably perfectly fine reading.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you how I'm using the spell from now on. A little bit more legit.
Yeah, just wanna whip out some other spells.
No, it's not. I'm not going to be that mean to you all the time, Austin. Just when I roll under your percentage chance for a random reading.
So, I mean, I know.
I was like,
know
I don't know.
that he's sick.
Huh?
I know that he's sick.
You do, but your character doesn't.
And
All
I
right,
feel
I'm
like
jumping
there's
back
been
to the
enough
closet.
doubt put into my mind that he could be.
Maybe. Jumping back.
Familiar.
All right, Adalia. While you're in this
Hey.
bar, you're drinking some milk, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Do you sit
Only
down
the
and
precious.
do you sit down, or you just hold it and sip it at the door frame?
I mean, I guess a little bit of both. Depends on how long I'm here for.
Sevatar is still talking to the person over in the corner right now.
Given the length of time it's been, just literally you
I
taking people in
know.
the closet, I'd find a empty table. to sit at.
Okay. All right. You're sitting there and are you trying to overhear anything?
Not at all.
All right, you're just kind of chilling. It's pretty dead in here. Bartender comes back over after a little while, asks if you want anything more to drink.
I think I'm good.
And then at that point, the person that was with Sevatar stands up, starts to walk out. And then Sevatar gives a nod to him, and he's out of there. Not everybody gets a closet time.
I don't need one. This is
I know.
very much not my fight.
I know. That's why you didn't get one. So Sevatar, Adalia, you're in the same area. Do you guys stay here for the night? There's rooms here, if you'd like.
No, we gotta go pick up. Sorry. Learned a few things. Hopefully enjoyed your milk. We need to go get Anvari and Vivian.
You have plans for the evening?
Well, perhaps.
At this point, it's
because-
about 10 o'clock at night, by the way.
Can I tell that Adalia is an elf?
Yeah, I don't think she hides it.
Okay. Well, our kind, we can party until the wee hours of the morning. Salute. Salute once again.
What?
Hope you aren't allergic to that milk.
You can
Anybody
tell
poison
that
it?
she's a half-elf. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe some of us can party into the wee hours of the evening. A little bit of information that probably should have been put towards Vivian and Navari. Turns out our lovely lady Lucia owns the establishment they're heading to.
Who they?
Vivian and
Vivian.
Varya.
No.
She owns the establishment. She has quite a sway within the Whores Guild. Therefore, I believe Vivian may be a little, well, let's just say swayed towards her favor.
I agree. I haven't trusted much of them since. If you need an archer, I'm happy to join. I don't
gonna
have
kind of
anywhere else to be.
pat my crossbow. One's okay, two's a party. Shall we?
Gesture towards the door.
X gonna give it to you. He gonna give it to you. All right.
You and your
I'll try to
crossbow.
So you guys head into the establishment?
Not into. No.
Oh, okay.
We're walking that way, which is across the street or something.
Yeah, it's
So
across
it's not
like
even
a big
far.
like
So
area.
we'll get in the road, and I will ask, so what's your plan?
We just scope the place out a little bit. If you can, disguise yourself so they know it's not you.
Literally nobody knows me.
Good. People might recognize me though, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my daily cast of disguise self to
Okay.
make me look like
George Clooney.
No, not George Clooney. He's ugly.
Brad Pitt?
Depends on what year and what movie. No, I'll look more. I'll make myself more like a lower class human. You know, working. You know, kind of calloused hands, wrinkles in the face. You know, sun tanned. You know, just like a regular.
Okay.
You know, kind of worker, carpenter.
Okay.
Yeah, you look like me.
You can tell that the Gold's Dust is kind of bustling right now. A lot of people are in there.
All right, Adalia, are you ready to head in? By the way, don't give away who we are.
Aye.
Aye, stormy seas ahead. Let's hope the ship stays together.
Please, after you.
Pulling a cloak, crossbow, bolt knocked in, kind of ready off to the side. Just
I
peeking.
roll my eyes. I'm like, these city folk are something else.
Are they like? What are we talking about? Doors? Are they like big?
Yeah,
Are
it's
they like saloon style? What are we talking?
Oh, they're big doors.
they are not saloon style. They do close. There's lots of windows, but they have like a kind of like a little frost in it that you can see what's through it, but only like a haze. So, you know, you don't want to have people being able to get a free show, type of deal.
I got you.
But you're tempting them. That's the whole. You get shapes.
Right. Yeah. Red light district. I got it.
Yeah. Very large doors. Almost the same size as the doors that you guys went through to get into the castle. Like that type of grandness.
But the question is, how big are the knockers?
Oh, they're super
That was
knockers.
pretty good.
Jesus, yeah.
What's her charisma? Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna head.
And then those are like a big facade. So they're the big doors, and then they have like the little door that actually opens up to go in. But they have like the big door look, and then it's an actual little tiny door that you actually, you know, a normal sized door that you actually walk through.
Gotcha. After a minute, follow me in, but don't look too suspicious. I think I might have a way to find where Vivian's at. And, well, we'd be able to recognize Anvari pretty quickly. So, gravitate towards him. If anyone gives you any trouble, just, well...
Don't.
I'm gonna cross my arms a little bit, lean back. I guess we should come up with code names, shouldn't we?
Sure. I'll be Adalia.
All right, I'll be Eddie. How about that? Or Edward to my friends. I know it's usually vice versa, where you shorten the name to friends, but in this case, we elongate it.
All right.
What's the day of the week? Do we know?
Yes. I just need to get my calendar thing.
So I'm running on the assumption that I don't know this is a titty bar.
It
and
is
also,
a Tuesday late evening.
God, that Tuesday crowd.
Tuesday, it's not going to be a good looks, by the way. So if you see anything, I'll buy you a few ales, try and forget.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Let's just say you're going to see some things you might regret, but that'll be okay. We'll season you.
See me dance on the table naked.
And by the way, that noise you hear in the background, believe it or not, that's what people call music. But don't worry, you'll get used to it. And I'm gonna go strut my stuff, hips out, like forward, kind of like, you know, wide stance walk, and knock the doors open. All right, where are my ladies at? And then close it behind me.
The whole bar kind of, and there's like a big. Okay, it's not quite this big of a rave session.
I assumed it was.
I mean, it is. There's a lot happening, but it's not like fucking lights flashing and everything. There's
All right.
music and it's kind of rocking out, but
I assume that the sorcerers were,
Going
busy at work here.
going
Yeah.
ham. Most of the Patrona Guild isn't filled with sorcerers. A lot of musicians are here though, quite a bit. And then as you walk in, people dancing different locations, people getting drinks all over the place. There's a whole private bar section that you see a couple people walk into that are being pulled in by some ladies as well as men. And then you see Invari coming out of a smaller little room with some hazier lights inside of there. And the door closes behind him, and you can see that he's got a look of a little bit of a confusion on his face right now.
All right, I'm gonna kind of stumble my way over there as if I'm about an hour deep into an 8-ball, and just kind of like move my way up to him. Hi, lad, you're looking a little worse for wear. Come on now, the night's still young. Come have a drink with me. I'm gonna clap him around the shoulder and walk him towards the bar.
Sure, I'll have a drink with this random guy.
All right.
As I got him clapped, I'm gonna lean in real close, like centimeter away from his ear.
You said there's a lot of windows, which makes no sense for a titty bar, but can I see anything that's going on through the window?
As I said, the windows are there, but they're all hazy and stuff. So all you can really see is shapes beyond it. So you get the
Okay.
sense that there's
It's like
Like
a
a
shower
shower
door.
door.
yeah, they're trying
Yeah.
to lure you in, but not show you anything. They want you to go in there, not
Yeah.
stand in the streets.
Well, I'm going to start heading in, I
And these
guess.
are the more booming hours right now. Like, not so much in the day.
Has anybody else entered after this? Gosh.
No. Everyone's either off the streets in the other bar, in this bar, or home.
Yeah, well, shit. I look up and down and I notice nobody else coming, so I start heading towards it.
All right. Yeah, you walk in to your surprise. A lot of music. There's a whole little stage set up with like 10 musicians. There's 2 different bars set up. People are at, and then tables. There's a whole staircase going up to private rooms. There's a private room section in different quarters. I don't really know how you would react to this, but yeah, you do see Envari and Eddie, or Edward, that you get to call him, over by one of the bars. They're kind of crowding around
That's
one
what you're
chair,
friends.
trying to get drinks.
I guess I'll walk to the other bar with confidence.
Hi, well look at this bright little lass. Is she one of yours?
The other bar.
Oh, never mind. I thought you meant the one we were at.
Bartender gives you guys his drinks. They are pricier here. It's a whole. It's 5 silver for a drink here.
That's okay. It's part of the experience.
That it is.
By the way, Mr. Barkeep.
His shirt's
ass
like
down
half ripped, and he's like completely.
He's ripped.
Yeah, he's buff as all hell.
That's all right. That's the way I like my men anyway. What's your name?
That's all right.
Uh,
Oh, your shirt's got a hole in it. That's okay.
I'll deal with it later.
we call myself Earbar.
Sorry, what? I can't hear you.
Earbar.
Spell it for me.
Yes, you got it.
Bar.
Earbar.
E-R-B-A-R. Airbar. Got it. Nice to meet you, lad.
Nice to meet you as well. What's your
The
name?
name's Eddie or Edward.
Eddie.
My friends.
Eddie. Have you checked out some of the girls?
Not
I bet
yet,
you there's
no,
one of them
not
ready
in.
for you. Oh, you're not into
Long
them?
shift.
I
Oh,
see.
Either or. I don't care. Whatever makes me happy. Whatever's tickling my pickling tonight.
As I start hearing him talk more and more, I'm slowly inching away from Edward.
Tighter
All right.
grip. I just met this bonny lad here, and he's gonna have a drink too.
pours you another drink that you've already had. This man drinks for free, though.
What?
Yeah.
Drinks for free.
Yes, he works here. Wow.
Works here.
I work for the guild.
The guild. I didn't know you were a bartender.
I mean, I've dabbled in a little bit, but no, not that part of the guild.
Not that. Oh, are you one of the entertainers?
Do I look like it?
I don't know. Do I look like a man named Eddie who works construction during the weeks and then on the weekends is a party animal? I'd say yes, so maybe you are too.
But it's a weekday.
That's okay. I have a long
Yeah, you do. You do look like that.
Then you should see me on the weekends.
Aye, you should. I'd be up on the bar here, shirt off, tied around me waist. 2 lads and 1 lass, holding them both with my 2 hands.
Sounds like a wonderful time for you.
Aye, it is.
A man
Sorry.
turns next to you. He says, "Oh, what branch you from?"
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What?
What branch are you from?
Oh, I work pave stones. You know, that's the reason why if you look outside, and I'm going to turn his head as best I can towards the very, very obscured windows. If you look outside, the pavement, luxurious.
Oh, man,
Not
what
bad.
a
So
fine job you're
Indeed.
doing. Me?
Thank
So
you.
you're a mason.
Me? I do roofing.
Roofing?
Yes. It's not a fun
not
job,
me.
but everybody's
I'm
got
afraid
to.
of heights.
Somebody's got to do it.
Aye, you're right. Not me, though. I prefer my feet on the ground, not in the air.
I see. My name's Origin. What's yours?
Origin?
Yeah,
O-R-G-E-N.
Jay. But nice try.
J. Oh, southern name. Nice. My name is Eddie, or Edward.
Nice to meet you,
Nice
Edward.
to meet you too.
He says with a slight question.
Could be. Could be.
All right, let's get a drink for my friend here, Edward.
All right.
As you, the bartender's still pouring your first one.
So, what brings you here?
Me? I just like to experience life, you know?
Aye, there's a lot of experiences that should be had here. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of like reach back a little bit and like kind of like wave or try to like, you know, whack Adalia a little bit and push her towards Anvari. There are a lot of experiences here. I'm sure that there's a specific one that, oh, these two would enjoy quite greatly, don't you think?
Idalia's
Didn't
nowhere
know
near
these
you.
bars were this close to each
They're
other.
not. They're on 2 separate sides of the room.
That's what I was hoping for.
There she go. I lost her again. Well, my young stout friend, I'm sure that there's a certain someone looking for you at the other bar. Sorry, I've had a few.
I see him pointing at me. Just I'm turning
Go
away.
on, keep an eye out on her for me. I'm gonna push Anvari towards her and give him a little spank on the butt to send him on his way. Tell her
Man,
we're here for the experience.
Obviously, if it's Adalia, I'll recognize her immediately.
you're doing
I
it
don't know.
right. Edward, you're doing it right. Experience
I
in
do
life.
what I
Who
can.
cares what the kingdom's going through right now? You're experiencing life.
I, as one of my very great old friends used to say, YOLO. It's an acronym. You only live once.
Oh,
Experience
really?
everything that you can.
YOLO.
Aye, great bard. Don't ask me his name. I can't remember.
I
think
guess
his
I
name
shouldn't
was-
ask his name.
Cayenne, I think, named after a spice. Not really too sure, but anyway.
It's
enjoy
probably a
this
stage
drink, shall
name.
we?
Yes, we shall. You guys shoot the shit for a
Sweet.
do bit.
Yeah, well, I was pushed away, so
Oh, I'm trying to
Yeah.
make a
Over.
distraction so you guys can do your thing.
Talk?
he asked why Adalia's in here. What?
Go and find Vivian.
Yeah, if you do make your way over to me, I would say something like, I have no idea what he's doing, but apparently this bar is owned by Mrs. L. And it appeared to me like he feared for your and Vivian's life. But we should, you know where he's at.
Yeah, you know exactly where.
Yeah, I know which room he would be in.
You know if he's all right in there? Have you checked in recently?
They've been in there for probably about 30 minutes now at this point, maybe 40 minutes.
How you doing in there, Vivian? Is everything going well? As much fun as you usually have with Ratcliffe?
At this point, Radcliffe is just gone, so...
I'll respond saying, more or less the same. Wanted to try some new things, but you know, he was a patient boy, so he got what he wanted. Why do you ask?
You can make him send another sending?
No, I'm presumably also heading out at this point, so...
Sure. I didn't know what you were going to do. You had the room.
Yeah, once Radcliffe left, I would be coming back out to
also,
relieve
you're starting
Endwari.
to see Vivon descending the staircase. Vivian descending the staircase.
Could be Vivon now.
Or one of the staircases.
Oh. There she is.
And she looks perfectly fine, but, you know, what could be expected?
And what of Silvus?
He's
at the castle. He's at the castle.
If Sylvius has a problem, then there's someone in the castle who wants Sylvius dead.
Did you feel that rumble? What was that?
There's a storm coming.
There's a storm coming. The resonant clap.
That's what
of
Origin
ash
says. Origin, there's a storm coming. The city's gonna go down.
Alright, well.
Nothing. I don't know.
I don't know if Sevatar over there is looking to make a scene or not, but
No, just
I have.
I told him I'd be here to back him up.
Did you tell me that Sevatar over there?
Oh yeah, that's Sevatar. What did he say? It was Edward?
He said Edward.
to my
He's
friends.
very annoying.
These are friends. His name's Ed, but friends Edward. So
No, usually they call him Eddie.
haven't heard Eddie, but I've only met him for 20 seconds.
Origin leans over to Eddie and he says, "Hey, did you hear?
What?
I'm a little drunk."
Just a touch. It's alright, lad. You're not the
And he
only
starts
one.
to fall off the stool a little bit.
Whoa, hey, careful. Let's get him a little bit of water here.
Oh, thank you.
So, you been smacking any nice shingles on even better roos lately?
You know, just all of them up top. None to be proud of right now, but it's an honest
Oh.
living.
Come on, it's a proud living. You should be proud of what you do.
My wife gives me crap for it all day.
Ah, well, what's she doing all day? She's not up on the roof, is she?
She's not here either.
Actually, she's the one who owns the company.
Aye, so fuck her. She's not here. You don't need to listen to her. Plus, if she's griping in your ear, you know, just tell her, I don't need it right now. I'm gonna go off to, have a little fun with the boys, if you know what I mean.
He says, "Have some fun," and kind of sits down and he drinks his water. The
Aye,
bartender
well-
gives him a little bit of bread as well.
There you go. Thanks, lads. Well, I think I'm one and done for the night. I'm gonna lean in a little bit and just kind of barely whisper into Origin's ear, "The serpent comes for you soon," and then leave.
All right, back at ya.
He probably thinks that's the sex thing. Am I to Endwari and Adalia at this point?
Yeah.
I'll nod at Adalia. Decided to stay here for the night?
Proceededly not. Here because we thought you were in some sort of danger. This place is owned by Mrs. L.
Yeah. Yes. The king told us that.
Apparently it hit Sevatar recently and he wanted to check in on you. That's him over there.
I look to the person you gesture at.
I'm making my way over.
I'll nod grimly as he does so. Okay. Well, I think if there's a place that I'm safest, it would probably be here. It's not to say I'm safe here. I could be unsafe, but I'd be less safe in almost any other tavern, I think. I'm amongst my people. I make them a lot of money. So I don't think you have to worry. And in case it wasn't clear when we last discussed the matter, I'll be staying the night here because I have a room to myself. I suspect Anvari will be doing the same.
Yes, usually I do.
So, where will you be staying, Adalia?
Find a room. I'm home outside anyway.
You can easily find a room in any location for like.
God?
I'm just telling you, it's not hard.
God?
So if you want to stay here, if you want to stay at the other place, they're both 1 silver for a room. Well, actually, here's a little bit more. It's 1 gold for a room here.
I'll grab Adalia by the hand and say, "You're fairly young. I think the ladies here, maternally, you could get a good deal for the night. Make sure you're safe, yeah?"
Always do. Too.
All right, Savitar, where are you heading for the night?
I was heading back to the group.
Okay. Well. Okay.
When you get here, I'll say. And lastly, but not least, good Sir Savitar.
Edward.
Nobody informed me of his alias.
Yeah.
I knew that was him, but
Informing of his alias.
Yes.
Right, sorry. Good sir, where will you be staying the night?
Well, definitely not fucking here. I can tell you that much. I'm not sure if you know this or not, but a little friend here, Master the Coin, owns the establishment. Also invests a lot of the king's money in here, believe it or not.
I believe it. It would explain part of how she's making so much money for the realm. This place is not struggling.
Aye, and
Not at
someone
all.
like that who may have a potential target on their back, well, let's just say might be a little suspicious.
Of course, I mean, it's ill-formed to talk such seedy politics in such a fine place, but she's hated by everyone.
Poppycock. I know what goes on behind closed doors.
A wholesome worship, truly.
Aye, I'm sure. Anyway, for me, I'm gonna kind of look around a little bit. Not that I wouldn't say no, but given our certain, circumstance we're in, I feel like we should perhaps avoid potential bedding so close to enemies.
Oh,
She doesn't live here.
and
The place and pays you lot.
well, she doesn't pay me. I'm paid by the guild, and I can look into it, but I'm fairly certain she's not that high ranking. Otherwise, I suspect I'd have heard of her by now, perhaps. Patrona is who pays my bills, and Patrona is who says I can stay here free of charge.
Aye.
And she bows to Patrona the same as I.
Any new potential very, very rich partners come in recently? Maybe not with the name of Lucia, but anybody new within the past year or so?
I can ask around, get some info on the good lady. But no, I until just a few hours ago, her existence was unknown to me. And I turned to Anvari. You?
I'd never heard of her name before. I'm
Do you want to
happy to
you want
stay
to roll a
with her.
history about it? Because I did and rolled.
I think I did
poorly.
before.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know.
Adalia, any
Apparently
skeleton?
now I know.
I'm pretty sure you rolled before, so I'm not gonna.
I think I
give
rolled
it
before.
to-
I don't think I
yeah.
rolled again.
Too much talking, and I thought you were on the other side of the bar.
No,
He said he
came
he
over.
said he came over.
No, I'm back with you guys now. I've been back for a bit.
What'd you say though? But I didn't.
Any skeletons in the closet when it comes to this Lucia lady or with this fine establishment here?
Skeletons in the closet? I'm not a necromancer.
It's-
Whore's work, lass. Whore's work.
It's a colloquialism for dirt
Aye.
information that could vary one.
I have no information regarding this line of work now.
Unfortunate. All right, Vivian. Could you perhaps, well, protect our necks while we're here? Because if this woman gets a hold of any sort of information that we're, well, investigating her, let's just say people have disappeared from the city. Batting an eye.
I'm gonna smile and say, of course, but I'm gonna cast message and send to you, which is a message only you can hear. What has you so suspicious of this establishment and Lucia so suddenly?
Humans in general.
You can't respond with the spell, so if you're saying that, you're saying it out loud, presumably, or at least whispered but out loud.
Okay, I'll switch to Thieves' Cant. No, I'm kidding. I'll switch to Elven.
Sure.
Humans in general. Politics in general.
I'll pull you close so that we can speak more quietly. So I'm like arm over your shoulder, hugging you tightly while you're saying this. I see, but I just mean I thought we agreed in the castle we'll worry about Lucia tomorrow. I'm not... Sorry. Continue.
No. My concern is our throats tonight.
That's a valid concern, given what we're doing, but I'm not sure. Your friend in the other place, is he behind your shift in concern?
One could say such, yes. Also, the fact that there are 3 Witchers in one place is quite concerning.
On that, I will agree. I hadn't seen one until I met Corzo. Need to see more of him. Where's Corzo? Doesn't matter.
Waiting for the line.
He's on top of the bar.
But, well, how trustworthy is that friend of yours?
Quite.
Would you trust him with your life?
I trust him to take it, which is better than trusting him with my life.
I don't think that's right.
I'm gonna look to Invari,
You have to roll a deception on that one.
kind of point to where my little Witcher symbol is beneath the tunic.
I think I'm. Well, I suppose I'll do that. I think I'm understanding what you're saying, but
Let's just say he wouldn't kill me unless there was a very good reason to. And I the same for him.
who does he answer to others beyond? And I'll point at your chest.
Typically, no. Honestly, depends on how much the pay is. Corzo can back me on that.
I don't know if Corzo's here, so.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't.
Oh, I was assuming
think
he's a
he will-
Witcher.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he may not have stayed here. He may have gone to the other inn, but I
Oh,
will say I would have.
He is, yeah.
I would have tried to drag him to stay here for the night.
We can trust him.
Okay, I just well, before we met you, I'll be completely transparent, Sevatar. Before we met you, I questioned Corzo on the chain of command, so to speak, with Witchers, and it seems that there isn't much of one. Who's to say that your friend isn't working for someone in the city?
He could be. We take multiple contracts at once sometimes. But if it were of detriment to us, or if he were to try to kill any of us, we'd be dead by now. You can trust me at that. He would have murdered me within the prison. He would have murdered all of us while we were encountering the king's unfortunate situation, and he would have murdered both Adalia and I while we were alone, for the most part, in that tavern. If he wanted us dead, we'd be dead.
Okay. That is heartening, I suppose. But what if it isn't dead he wanted us? Does he know what we're here for?
Not particularly, no. He knows we're looking into the king. That's about it.
Okay. It just struck me. You said people have been disappearing who look into she who shall not be named. What can you tell me of that?
Well,
and I'll
smile.
I'll go down in my bag and pull out a parchment and a quill and ink.
Those who are in your line of work, again, let's just say, don't just stick to that singular kind of work, do they?
You mean guild members?
Yes.
Well, assuming Eric doesn't say otherwise, I'll go ahead and say no. Most whores are just whores.
But they have information, clients, so on and so forth.
Oh well, of course.
Sellers of information is what I'm saying.
Potentially. Our training is largely regarding keeping secrets because, well, if the wrong secret finds its way to the wrong place, there may be a trail as well. As I said when we were discussing in the castle, we need discretion in my line of work.
Oh, indeed. But I'm sure, I'm going to look to Invari a little bit, with the right amount of coin, anyone's willing to do anything or say anything. Give up information, people, places, so on and so forth. Trust me, your guild, I respect more than almost any other. Because your guild is a great source of information for people like me.
Indeed. It's I think the best thing that any functioning guild understands is that you have to know how to work well with others, lest you be removed.
Hence the missing people.
Yes. So you're suggesting that... Oh, go ahead,
Are you implying,
Invari.
Sevatar, there's more missing people than we first knew about?
Of course.
Do you know who those people were?
By name? No. But the fact that the two of you know nothing of this Lucia person, who actually owns this place, says a little more about the organization and the fact that, well, information is not disseminated to everybody. Also, notice board. Look at it. Missing people.
Well, I can say I don't go to Sintra very often.
I've been
When
here
was the last time I've been here, Eric? Theoretically?
It had to have been at least 6 to 8 months.
And 6 to 8 months ago, she didn't own this establishment. I'm guessing that's true.
It's a fair assumption.
Because
Yeah.
of all the discussions we've had, she got the job about 6 months ago, and she got
A year ago, yeah.
a year ago. Oh, well, then she might have owned it 6 to 8 months. So she would have just been starting out in this business. I don't know why I would know who she would have been. She's just a innkeep owner, essentially.
in the hand of a king.
She did things with the king. There's a lot of hands to the king.
Indeed. But politics, I don't like it. Suspicious. King's dead. This woman brand new. I'm not saying I trust everybody, but I definitely don't trust her. That's my concern.
That's fair. I don't think she'd be so bold as to make a move against a guild member here, but I could be wrong.
I just want us to wake up in the morning, head still attached, that's all. Especially for people like me and her. I'm gonna kind of head nod towards Adalia.
Origin comes stumbling over to you, Sevatar, and says, "Thanks, Edward. You've been a good time today, but I'm gonna go home."
Hi, no problem, lad. I'll see you here tomorrow, same time.
I'll see you then.
All right. It's a date.
He walks out, stumbling out of the bar.
Have a good night. All right, back to our
And you can see the bar is starting to die down just a little bit as you're approaching like around 11:30. Midnight almost.
All right.
Well,
Kind of stepping back a little bit.
So, we'll stay the night here. I'll stay up a little bit for, just to keep an eye on things.
Certainly. I'll turn to the barkeep and gesture at Anvari. He has a room already?
He can get a room. Oh, Anvari? Yes,
Yeah.
of course. We
Wonderful.
have a private area for all of the escorts.
Escorts.
The escorter of escorts. It's you've stayed in many of them. They're not super grand. Just kind of a place with a cot and has a wall, if you want to call it that. It's enough that you have a space, but
That's fine with me.
you can hear people. It's not very thick or anything.
Adalia, Lass, where do you be staying?
Find a spot. This
Perhaps
isn't
if
it.
perhaps if Adalia has no intent of staying here, Sevatar, you should accompany her to where she will be staying.
Oh, yeah, I could do that. Also, again, Edward.
Right, sorry. Edward.
It's all right. I know that sometimes, depending on appearances, some of us have problems with names. It's all right. It happens from time to time.
Oh, believe me, people, you'd think I'd be very easy to differentiate from my brother, but, well, people struggle all the time.
Aye, that's all right. Struggle's part of life. Anyway,
All
I kind
right.
of stare at the bar a little bit. Has the barkeep been watching us?
No, not really.
Not really.
No, I mean he glances
He's gonna
over,
look at
checks
you
to
guys
see
every
if you
once in a while
guys,
to
yeah,
make sure you guys
but
have drinks.
he's
I
not
don't trust
caring
these
too
people.
much.
He's a good barkeep.
I normally don't like sleeping apart from people, but I don't know.
We did only meet you one day ago.
Today, you met him today.
I think that you'll survive without us.
You
for a
met
day.
him like
I don't
6
normally like
hours ago.
sleeping without you.
I,
Clingiest girlfriend in the world. I can't go to bed without you anymore.
6 hours.
I appreciate your devotion, Sevatar, and I believe you do have...
Say it with me. E-D-D-I-E.
Have I been demoted from a friend, Edward?
No, not at all. No. I just don't want to make the words longer just in case you forget about them. It's easier to, I know. So I shorten them as much as possible.
My apologies.
You know,
I have,
that is your name.
I have had a busy night with plenty of ale. Do forgive me. You look like someone I know.
It must be the twinkle in your eye.
I'm sure that's what it is.
But Edward,
Aye.
I admire your devotion, but I think we'll be okay. And well, if I'm wrong, you'll get the last laugh.
Oh, I won't be laughing, because then I gotta go off and solve this with only 2 of you, 3 of you, well, 4 of you. Corzo, get off the counter! We talked about this.
I'll turn to the barkeep. Corzo was going to be sharing my chambers for the evening. And I winked at him.
We'll have to ask Ian
Yeah.
Yeah.
next time. All right, at this point, you guys kind of meander out, go to your respective areas. Adalia, you kind of find a place. I don't know. Do you just leave the city?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to just wander the streets. I'm looking for like a small stable. I really wanted to figure out how far away, like walking this district where Miss L's house would be.
Probably about a 30-minute walk.
Yeah, I'd make my way that way, at least as close as I could before and I start to notice people noticing me.
Most people are kind of gone out, but as you get closer and closer to that area, you're starting to see more guards walking around, patrolling.
Interesting.
Like they shouldn't care up to a certain point.
Yeah, they don't care as you're just starting to see them start kind of meandering. Is Sevatar with you?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you get a little bit closer, you're starting to see him more and more and more, and you're like, you probably shouldn't go much further now. You've seen like 8 at this point, and you're like, there's more.
Couldn't get to the eye shot.
You could see that the district is up there, and it does have like a pretty big gate community thing going on, but you don't know which house. You can't really tell.
Yeah, I wander then back literally as far away from that area as I can to find Ma and Pa with a stable in the backyard.
Yeah. You go past the marketplace again, and just kind of like just on the entrance to the city is a stable, and they have like a little tiny inn for like the poor.
Perfect.
It's 1 copper to stay, and you just get like this little section of a room that's for you. Like it's not enclosed. There's still some other people sleeping over in the corners. You just get a little like small little section, and since you're arriving pretty late, you're getting a middle section, no corners.
Give a glance to Sevatar.
Do we need to solve this problem? Don't worry, I got you.
They're already all asleep. Most of them are sleeping. There's a couple that are awake a little bit.
Aye, you lot, wake up!
God. I guess I leave.
One of them turns over, and then a couple others wake up. What are you doing, man? We're trying to sleep here.
Aye, shut your face. I'm trying to give you a better place to sleep. Now, what I'm gonna do is reach into my pouch here. I'm gonna pull out my fat sack of coins.
All right.
I'm gonna reach in, pull out, let's say 10 gold's worth of coins.
All right.
The lot of you, every single one of you, is gonna fuck off and find some other place to sleep. You hear?
Yeah, and one of them shakes somebody else awake. He's tossing gold. They all start getting.
All of you.
Ah, toss the gold.
Ready?
Yeah.
Outside the door first.
All right.
1, 2, go on. You two, you mud sucker. Get out there. 3.
And I'll throw the 10 gold's worth of coins outside, slam the door shut so that we're alone.
All right. They most all rush out. Like none of them aren't. You could hear them picking up the coins and fighting over them.
Maybe there are some things I can learn from the city.
Don't worry.
It's actually a lot bigger than any room that you've like would have stayed in. It's like 4 times the size or 5 times the size.
I was gonna say, now with all these people, I'm like, fuck, this is dope.
Yeah, I mean, it's still like a ground floor,
like
like just dirt.
The forest. That's all I sleep in.
I know, but and I mean, Sevatar doesn't give a shit.
Pre-warmed with everybody else's body heat.
Yeah, and it's insulated enough. Like it's actually pretty nice in here right now. There's a couple of candles lit in the corners. So
Right.
everybody gets a long rest, and we will pick up this next session next time.
Is there a long rest button in this?
Look how Edward made it to
No.
the poor stables. What?
By the way,
there is not a
Edward,
button, Daniel.
a good friend I
I'll
used
just-
to have. You'll get used to him. One of the many personas I take on.
Daniel.